Going live. Glasses are fucked up. Can't see a thing. Lighting's fucked up. Timing's fucked up. Okay, folks. Let's see where we're at. Everything didn't go right. I've got some soup cooking. Some soup, it's like a soup and a pasta. And in a separate pan, I'm boiling some water for some cup of soups. Those are going to be my primary drinks for the first hour or two, or we're going to be. I may have to grab a beer or something because we've got a little way to go over there. Right. Hello. I got to keep an eye out. The wind has really built up. Wasn't expecting that. The forecast indicated a little bit, but the forecast right now says 2 kilometers an hour for the wind. That's not right. I can tell you now that's not right. We're in the high 20s, somewhere towards 30 kilometers an hour right now. Everything that I put on the table is blowing over. Tell me if the audio is good or bad. If you've got the wind, the wind is coming from all directions. It's very blustery and very all over. I have the magic sponge with a slit in the side that I can put over this end where the microphone is if you are catching the wind. So tell me how the audio is, and we'll see where we go from there. Live chat, everybody. You want to select live chat rather than top chat. Everybody needs to be in chat. You'll be able to view chat. You have to be a subscriber for a little while to participate. Only because I got a bit of grief last week from 2 people, and I just don't want the grief. So I've put a little hurdle. It's only 20 minutes. You have to be a subscriber for 20 minutes. But I am just waiting for pans of water and for soup and pasta to boil. Like, I think it's called like a pot pasta or something. It's like a pot noodle but in a bag. So you got to put in water. You don't just put water in a bowl of styrofoam. Cool. But the water, the fire keeps blowing out in the strong gusty wind, which means I've had to turn the gas up. It means I'm burning more gas than I should. It's uneconomical. You can stand around the fire and smell the gas that's getting blown away that's not burning. It's all a bit of trouble. It's more trouble than a tramp needs, really. But I haven't eaten properly for I don't know. I guess I had some chorizo sandwiches 2 days ago. I haven't had any warm food. I couldn't tell you. 4 days, 5 days, 7 days. I've no clue. But we'll see, folks. If you tell me that the sound is poppy because of the wind blowing in the microphone, I can put the magic sponge over the end. But nobody said anything so far that I can see. Nobody's talking to me. You gotta come and chat, folks. This is a hangout. I am Delta Mike. The channel is Delta Mike. Down and out. That's significant. In Torrevieja. Delta Mike. That's me. Down and out. Homeless. A tramp. A hobo. A vagrant. An indigent person. A person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough or sleeps rough. Someone who sleeps on the streets. Or in my case, in a field. Fortunately nowadays I have a tent to go with the field. But the tents come and go. I haven't had one yet that lasts more than 7 months before it's totally obliterated. Put a tarp over the framework, over the poles, you can get another 5 or 6 months. I think 13 or 14 months is the best I've done with tarps over the framework. Eventually you get the rodents and it's not so nice. I do nowadays have a few traps for the rodents, so that evens things up a little bit. Anyway, so that's the story for anyone who's new. Thumbs ups are always appreciated, folks. You want to be in chat. If you're totally new here, feel free to subscribe, wait the allotted time, and ask your questions. You can always unsubscribe tomorrow or the day after. It is purely to stop, I don't know whether they're bots, whether they're trolls, whether they're whatever. The idiots that come along and go, "Pooh, I can smell you from here." You know. Or the ones that say, "Why don't you just get on a plane and come home? Why don't you just?" If you're new here, you might have those questions to ask. Feel free to ask them, as long as you ask them politely and in not too condescending a manner. If you want to know the full story, I've recounted it many times, but the first time I did so was in TrampCast 001. It was the whole point of the first TrampCast, was to give the full backstory. Who is this guy? What's his education background? What's his family background? Where did he live? Where's he from? How did he... what's his employment history, his education history? How did he end up in Torrevieja? How did he end up homeless? Why doesn't he just jump on a plane and go home? All of those questions are answered in TrampCast Space 001. So if you, Tina, I haven't covered it yet, but here's my companion. Tina, that's enough. Tina, come on, tell you, amiga mia. Here's my girl defending the camp. Look, somebody was just walking past. She's just making sure that they go past and don't come and steal anything or hurt any of us. Her back legs don't work. If you're new here, my doggy's back legs don't work. But checking chat is working. It isn't. Oh, do you know what I have forgotten? Or have I? Hold on. I need to turn this back to me. Oh, folks. I need to go check my water in a second as well. It might be boiling by now. Did I pick up? I did not. These glasses are not quite the right strength, and reading your usernames in chat is more difficult than I would like. They're a light grey on a mid-grey background, and so when you chat with me, Ash UK Richie, hello my friend. Just checking chat is working. Yeah. There are no messages. 12 people here and everybody's just lurking. Now I don't know what that means. I don't know, 13 people here and only one person chatting. Maybe you're all newbies who are just dropping in to see what's the score. What's all this chatting with a tramp malarkey? It's true, folks. I am homeless. A hobo, a tramp, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode, and there's a whole list of other synonyms that I have. People are arriving. You do have to. I got some grief the other day, and it hit me a bit harder than I thought at the time. On the eve of my 3rd anniversary, I took a lot of shit in chat. And it kind of knocked me a little more than I thought, and things I was going to do on my 3rd anniversary, videos I was going to release, things I was going to do, it put me in the doldrums a bit, and I didn't do the things. There's Ryan in Valencia, Vitruvium. Hello my friend. Sorry you didn't make it down this weekend. I sent you an email, I don't know whether you've seen it. You might have answered by now, I don't know. Is everything okay, pal? How's your dog? I don't know. I can't say everything's okay. I've been, like I was just saying, I've been in the doldrums a bit. I've been on a bit of a downer. I don't like to use words like depression because I'm not, diagnosed. My mum had bad depression and schizophrenia and other things. I don't think I'm that. I don't know if you've noticed, life's not exactly going well. I have my ups and downs. Sometimes I can laugh at it and roll with it. Sometimes people say or do things and it gets to me a little. So that's me covered. That's my story. My doggy, she's under a vet, and the meds haven't worked. The next step, as far as I'm concerned, is to get wheels. I was waiting till she finished the medication to say to the vet, is there anything, you know, what's next? I'm getting pressure from some people to just get on and buy the wheels. I guess I'm gonna have to. I wanted, because I was under an animal charity was paying for a vet. I was in someone else's hands, in someone else's care. I guess I didn't want to jump the gun. What if I go off buying wheels and they come up with and they say, hey, we'll do the surgery, or hey, we'll do, or, hey, we've got an injection, we've got a miracle cure. I don't know. People were talking about stem cell injections. People were talking about you know, X-rays, MRIs to confirm the diagnosis. I still have my suspicions that it's neurological. She might have something, this bad disc that they were talking about, this herniated disc. She might have that, but I still think there's a neurological component to this. It's not that she's not using her legs because she's in pain. There's no sign of pain. There are subtle indications that I don't want to go into, but that things are deteriorating, and to me the pattern looks neurological. Now, even if there's nowhere else that the vet thinks we can go, I'd still like to see whether maybe the vet could help us with sizing and gauging for the wheels, for the wheelchair, the harness, whatever you want to call it. But I got there's a local lady here who I guess you could say pressured me a few months ago to get a vet, and I said I couldn't, I wasn't in a position to. And she's been back around a few times recently after we got the vet involved, and she's very pushy. She means well, she's friendly, she means well, but she is direct, and I got no better word than pushy. That's about as harsh as I want to get. She has her opinion, she states it strongly, and she's pushing me in a certain direction. I've got to go and check this this water and this soup, folks. Just I'll come back and I'll carry on. I'll be right back with you. I just got to be careful not to stand on the dog to get the cloth so I don't burn my hand. Doggy underfoot. Okay, the water's boiling. Hold on. How am I doing this, Tina girl? I need you to move, darling. You're right under where the hot water will go if I miss. Tina, move, move, move. Come back here. Good girl. That's a good girl. That's my good girl. Tina, move, move, move. Okay. Okay, water, folks. Water's going into the cup of soups. The dog was sat right under the table where the cup of soups are. I couldn't... It looks like I've poured it perfectly, but I couldn't risk it. Oh, there's extra hot water to go into. I'll be right with you, folks. I'm just chuntering, talking to myself as much as anything. Hot water goes in there. We're done with the hat. Ouch! Just like this. No. So I'm going to lose the whole thing if I'm not careful. Don't lose the pan. I had two pans side by side. Now I'm going to move the one pan directly over the heat. Okay. Oh, find a spoon. Look at this, the spoon's under the... Oh, yeah, okay. I don't even know what flavour the soup is. It looks like chicken from here. I just grabbed a box. My friend Steve brought me some supplies. Day before yesterday? No, it wasn't the day before yesterday. I think it was the day before that. some cup of soups, powdered soups. Don't think there was mashed potato this time, but you get the idea. Stuff that you just hot water and add. So the cup of soups are done. That's a kind of a, think pot noodle but with pasta, but without the cup. So you just pour it in a pan and make it. And I was aiming to get all this done before we went live. What was that? But the weather, the wind picked up and got in the way. I'm surprised I've managed to keep the pan on. If I show you this, look. Let me show you how high. Look at how high I've had to turn the flames just to keep that going. And the gas ring is so much bigger than all of my pots and pans that like a third or a half of the gas just goes up around the sides. It's a real trauma, really. Let me turn back to me, star of the show as I am. Not really. She's the star of the show. We all know it. We just pretend it's me. Nobody's complained about the audio yet, or at least not that I've seen. There was Terrence. Let me scroll back. I'm scrolling back to where I was. There was Ryan arriving, Vitruvian. Is everything okay? How's your dog? I was in the middle of answering how's my dog, wasn't I? I think I answered it. No improvement. We're looking at what the next steps are. I'm not sure what the policy is of the animal charity that we're paying for the vet. If I'm honest, the vet doesn't seem that. If I say money grabbing bastards, I hope she's not watching. It's like all the vets that have turned me down before, even animal charities that have turned me down. I better keep my mouth shut. I'm scrolling. There was Terrence, hello. There's Michael. I can understand. Oh, where'd it go? It went right back to the beginning. Okay. Michael was the one who asked the question, and then there was a follow-up, and it jumps every time I get there. I can understand it must get hard sometimes for you both, considering circumstances. Chin up, mate, and I hope the best for the both of you. Good luck. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. And it's jumping. Why does it... I've just had some apps update today, and I was hoping that it would... I had apps on the operating system update, and then it does that optimize thing after. I was hoping that would clear some of this shit up, but I literally can't let go of chat. Oh, Mi Zhu Jin. Apologies for the pronunciation. My Chinese pronunciation is non-existent, my friend. But thank you for the greetings from rural Ireland. It's not a very Irish name. I was expecting like a Paddy O'Donnell or something. But I've probably offended the wrong half of Ireland there as well with Paddy. Oh, let's not even go there, folks. I've opened up a whole can of worms now, haven't I? I've just lost half my Irish audience. The Paddy's in the mix. No, shush. I had to say it as well, didn't I? I had to spell it out. If you've been here before, you will know that I do not hold my tongue. I will not police my own speech. I will not let anybody else police my speech. I mean no offence. Just fucking laugh and roll with it. Yeah, sorry, my Chinese pronunciation is Mi Zhu Jin. Jin, Zin, I don't know, my friend, but I appreciate the greetings and the well wishes. Thank you, and the same right back at you and everybody else here. These are going to be too hot. To drink just yet. So what I'm going to do, folks, if you will pardon my what's the word? I do have 4 beers left from 3 days ago. A friend brought some beers and some ice. I already said, my friend Steve came around. with what I call, now this is literally warm. Today has been 38 degrees, and when you look at the weather forecast, it's like 38 feels like 42 or 43 because of the humidity. And even now, it hasn't gone down that much. It's like 36 or 37. I've got a tablet here somewhere that I've buried under cloths from, I haven't cracked open the beer yet. Let me open the tablet and have a look at what the current state of play is temperature wise. It says, okay, it's dropped a little bit. 30 feels like 36. Now that's a big gap between the real temperature and the feels like temperature. It's like a negative wind chill effect, isn't it? It's the wind warm effect. It's been, this last, I think 4 or 5 days have just gone crazy. I thought we were past all of this. The temperature had dropped, and then I looked again and it was like, oh, tomorrow 34, and I thought, oh, and it's just climbed since then. There was talk the other day of 39, actual 39, somewhere just down the road, Orwella Costa, which is, what, 8-9 kilometres that way, maybe a little bit more. They were 42 or 44 degrees the other day. It's crazy hot. And forest fires in Spain. There's forest fires happening. Let me crack this open. I don't know what I'm going to do with the cup of soups, the beer, and then the bowl of pasta and soup. Kind of the pot pasta. I don't know. I'm not aware of the phenomena of pot pasta, I don't think. And especially without the polystyrene pot. For all I know, they might have come from England. It's called something like pasta cup or wow, loads of chats just came in at once. Oh no, it jumped. Looked like everyone came in at once. Sounds like I'm South Korean. What is that? Is that my bad pronunciation? I do apologise. White Caucasian from Eastern Europe living in Ireland for the past 20 years. You got it right, mate. It's me juicing. Hold on, there's a story and it's trying to ban you. Well, I'm not. It's a misclick. Oh fuck, what are you doing? This is unusable. So are you saying it's a nickname that you've picked up along your travels? Wanted to sound, okay, you wanted to sound like you're South Korean. Miju sing. Okay. I gave it my best shot. Look at that. I'm jumping between the first message and the last message without even touching the screen. I love a good lurker, you see, in Vitruvium. We're right back, Vitruvium. That's Ryan, right back. I don't know what I can say about your van, Ryan. I'm guessing you did, well, obviously you didn't get it sorted, but I don't know whether you want to talk about it publicly or not. So yeah, I'm right back at the start. 15 people in the house, and I've only got about 4 people talking in chat, even though chat seems to be broken, and that seems to be a regular occurrence. I think I need to look at the flames again around the pasta. Can you see how big that gas ring is? And I've had to turn the flames up that high just so they don't blow out, and that's even putting a pan at the corner where the main breeze seemed to be coming from when it was blowing it out. So I've had to put a windshield there and put the flame up that high, even though the ring is like twice or 3 times bigger than the pans. The ring is bigger than almost every pan I own. I've got one cauldron, one big pan that would sit on the flames, but other than that I'm wasting a lot of gas, and on a windy day I really shouldn't use the gas at all. But as I was mentioning before, I probably didn't look after myself properly this weekend. Maybe a day or two before that, I'm not sure. When did I last go live? Wednesday or Thursday? Well, Thursday I think it was my 3rd anniversary, so Wednesday night I went live. And we got cut off and I had to go live a second time. Guys, if both of those streams had been one stream, it would have been the record number of likes. 37 likes, 37 thumbs up is the record. We can argue whether it's 38 or not. And now we get to argue about whether it's something like 44 or something when you add the two halves, the two half streams together. Although a lot of the audience were probably the same audience, so that's probably cheating. I don't know. But I'm a bit of a whore for the thumbs ups. So if you wouldn't mind. Apparently nowadays, I've heard a few YouTubers say that views aren't the main analytics that YouTube are bothered about. It's interactions. So it's likes, I don't mind if you hit dislike if you don't like what I'm doing or saying. I've dropped the N-bomb maybe half a dozen times now. Like I said earlier, I don't like having my speech policed. If you disagree with me and with that, feel free to hit the down vote. Interactions all count. YouTube are just adding together the pluses and the minuses, the likes and the dislikes. Doesn't matter to me whether, you know, where the balance is. That's not a thing. It's a total. So if you disagree with something I say, and I say a lot, sometimes I'm on for 5, 6, 7 hours. We had the guy the other day that told me to stop trying to be an intellectual online. And I had to explain I'm not trying to be an intellectual online, I just know a lot of things about a lot of things. Some might consider me arrogant, some might consider me to be a narcissist. I talk often about how I watch my own streams back. Although I've got quite the backlog at the minute, I am way behind, maybe 10 days behind in watching my own streams. I would have to spend a week watching only me to catch up. Listen, I quite like watching me, but I think even I'd get a little bit bored at that. Even I would get a little bit bored at that. But I got to go look at this soup, folks. Just I don't even, soup's not even the right word. It's pasta and sauce, or I don't know. Pot poodle, pot noodle, pot pasta, whatever it is. Tina girl, where are you? Oh, I left the light on. It's losing power already. Here we go. Step around my girl. It's bubbling nicely. It needs a good stir. Where's my... Oh, where is everything, Tina? Where's... I've got a fork and a spoon and they're in awkward places. Somehow I'm stirring with a fork and I'm standing on pans that I've already finished. Let's go here. I'll be honest, it's not very pastury pasta. I'm guessing it's angel hair or something. It's not... what are the twists called? Is it twist fusilli? It's not a substantial pasta, whatever it is. Probably just an angel hair or something equally... something and nothing from the looks of it. It's probably... it's probably more drinkable than my cup of soups here. Well, it was one cup of soup that I split into 2 cups. If you've watched previously, folks, this red cup's the one that leaks around the seal. So when I'm actually taking it, I will nowadays tend to take the lid off, move the glasses out of the way because of the steam. Chicken soup, watered down a little bit too much because I split it over 2 cups. But I'm a tramp in a field, folks. What are you going to do? These are insulated kind of camping cups, whatever you would call them. So I do keep the lids on. I can keep things here warm for a couple of hours, probably on a blowy night like this. Longer through the day I can keep coffee warm for about 8 hours because it's so hot outside. 37, 38 degrees. The water doesn't cool. Where did I put the tablet? Oh, it's up there. Okay, it hasn't gone far. I'm going to give the, whatever you want to call it, the pop poodle, I'm going to give that another 5 minutes. I'm really not happy about burning this much gas for it. Going backwards, see where I am. Oh, okay, it's right back to, UK Richie saying checking chat's working. The first post, it's back to the first post. Okay, UK Rich is the last post as well. It really disappoints me that anyone thinks being knowledgeable is a negative thing. Anti-intellectualism is a very worrying phenomenon. Yeah, I agree. Now I have skepticism about some science things, but I think it should never be bad to discuss and debate. As we found out 5 years ago, being told this is how it is, the science is set, you may not discuss it or you'll get banned. I am not diving off into politics tonight. We've covered that before, but I'm just as a general cover-all statement, telling people thou shalt not discuss. What the fuck? Oh, and the flame's gone out. I've got water bottles blowing away. Not bothered about that. I'll get them in the morning. The flame's out. I guess it's finished cooking. Gas off. Doesn't automatically cut off. Lid blew off, folks. Heavy metal lid blew right off the pan. If you're getting blasted in the microphone and you're getting pops and crackles, do tell me. Like I said, I have the magic pan scrub, but I would have to unplug the power cable. So at some point later I would have to plug it back in again. See what that number's too small to read. It looks to be quite high though, like in the high 80s. And I didn't bring the other lens with me. But you can hear things blowing around me. I'm sat outside because this is the first time today it's been cool enough to be outside. But the wind has picked up a bit. Yeah, no, I don't know. But yeah, anti-intellectualism is a thing. Wind noise is getting pretty loud. Okay, let me unplug. What I'll do is I'll unplug this into the tablet that I'm not doing anything with, if I can, and if it needs it, I'm not sure. See where that is. It's on 72, so yeah, that can get the power for the next hour. And I will put the magic sponge. I no longer have control of the cameras and things, folks, now, okay? I put the sponge over the edge. I can't get to the switching cameras for you to see Tina, etc. Oh. Hopefully that reduces it somewhat. Magic sponge is perfect. It is just a pan scrub with a slit down the side. I mean, somebody got me a 3-pack of pan scrubs. You know, the sponge on one side and the abrasive blue thing on the other. A lot of people don't like them. A lot of people consider them unhygienic. And if you're like me and you use them for about a year at a time, they're almost definitely unhygienic. Although I do dunk them into boiling water every, I don't know, a month or so. But even then, Most people in their homes would probably throw them away weekly, from what I understand. I was never that fastidious with these things. Even before I was a tramp, I wasn't changing bedding weekly or fortnightly. That shit. Who needs that? I've run out of space on this side to put all the drinks. I must remember I've got a pan of food waiting on me. Keep them till they go slimy. Well, that depends how significant a wash you have to do. If you have to like rinse out a chip pan or something, or a heavily used frying pan, I usually find that some hot water and washing up liquid, leave them in, you can recover them. Maybe not the colour of them goes, but it depends what you're doing and what, you know. It depends how you use them. These things it's a movable feast. Alan from Norfolk. Wind noise on. Okay, that was you telling me about the wind noise getting bad. Hopefully. Tell me now, is it improved? That's Karen. She said she'd stop by 10 o'clock onwards. She's probably going to be in and out, maybe. I don't know. Tina girl. Oi! Leave people alone. She's got her lead on, but she's not actually tied to anything, so I have to watch her in case. She can only bum shuffle, but it could still frighten like a little old lady or something or a kid, if she goes at them that way. She's never hurt anybody. She will, what's the word? Kind of grimace towards people. I guess occasionally, if they're particularly belligerent, which I've had in the past, she has like not nipped them, but she has snapped at them in front of them. As far as I know, she's never bitten anybody. But then we had the police incident, and I don't know what happened there. And they were hurting her, so to my mind, if she did get one of them, would have been fully fucking justified. Like when the lady isn't the right word. I used the word bitch the other week, which is possibly too strong, but possibly not. Like when the woman threatened to shoot Tina, the first thing out of her mouth when she arrived on site. Get that fucking dog inside or I'm gonna shoot it. Do you think bitch is appropriate? Don't want to be sexist. I'm not talking about all women. That particular woman was a fucking bitch, in my humble opinion. And I think we should be allowed to say so. I should be allowed to say so. That's my opinion. Don't think I should be shut down because, hey, how dare you, that's sexist, calling a woman a bitch. No, this was a fucking bitch. First words out of her mouth. My Tina's like the cutest bloody doggy ever. She can be a little protective the first time she meets you. A little protective of me on the camp. But, you know. It's insulting to female dogs to use the word. Yeah, to compare the piggy with a pistol. She had a hand on her gun when she was saying it. And then she spent an hour and a half or 2 hours denying she'd said it. But a male colleague confirmed later on that he said it. I have to clip that one time. I have to do a redux, it's called, where you take a video or when you take anything and you make a reduced, condensed version. Make a redux of that, because I'll be honest, I get a little bit embarrassed watching those clips from that day. This is the day where they came and stole all my belongings and said everything was a fire hazard while stealing them. I get embarrassed watching that because I was quite vociferous, vehement. I did threaten to smack the police. I would have at the one point when he was when he unpegged all my tent pegs and started shaking the fucking tent. I would have come out and smacked him. Tasers, batons, firearms, CS gas, pepper spray, whatever the fuck I wouldn't have cared. I would have got him. Which is why the other week when the bin men came back again, I literally stood in his way and fucking body checked him. Now he was here for something innocent, but I didn't know that. But I was polite but firm this time. When I watched that video from, it's over a year ago now, about 15, 16 months ago, it's a little bit cringe for me. But I think every word was justified. They were stealing all my belongings. No court order. You'll be sick of hearing this. No court order, no documentation, no receipts, no appeals process, no warrant, no nothing. They just came onto private land and stole my fucking belongings. Called in the bin men and stole everything I had that was outside the tent. Didn't even obey like a curtilage, like a, I don't know, 3 meters or 5 meters around the tent, which is where everything was. If you'd obeyed any kind of curtilage, any kind of surround, immediate surround of my property, everything, almost everything would have been in there. Do you know the only thing that wouldn't have been is my arse rags over there. I don't use toilet paper. I have 2 wet cloths which are washed, rinsed out continuously. As soon as they're used, rinsed and ready to go again, you know, a day after or whatever. Because toilet paper is just a messy, rubbish way of doing things, and in the middle of a field isn't practical, and I can't afford to buy the stuff. 2 cloths acquired once, job done. That's the only thing they didn't take, the bowl with my arse rags. Everything outside the tent, and it was all taken under the guise of fire prevention. Everything was a fire risk. Green garden furniture, metal pans, spatulas, bottles of water with a fire risk. You've heard it all before, folks. I don't want to go on and on and on. It's there. There's a video. There are 2 videos. One was a video, and then it got serious, and I got a live stream going. And she was telling me, you put that online and you'll be in fucking trouble. You're not allowed to video the police. That's a lie. You are, it turns out, allowed to video them. You're not supposed to distribute it in a manner that would potentially cause them harm. So if you're identifying them or saying their address or I don't know. Who knows where the line is on shit like that in a foreign country. But I live streamed that shit. Once it got serious, I live streamed that shit. The live stream went out first, and then the earlier part went out later once I published the video, because I had to sit down and type some settings, and it's complicated. It's a YouTube thing. But yeah, those are not my proudest videos, because I am very obstropolous. I am very... Is that even a word? I think that's a word. I might have made it up. I think obstropolous. Kind of obstructive and aggressive and kind of truculent, aggressively defensive. If you carry on messing with my tent, I will come out there and fucking smack you. But I'm a police officer. Yeah. And you're a police officer behaving like a fucking child. I will come out there and defend my home to the fullest extent allowed by law. Was, I think, my wording. You'd have to watch the video to find out. I'm sure I might have got a little bit more fruity than that, because I'm a fucking sweary kind of bloke. Always was, even before being homeless. People who use swear words have a larger vocabulary for obvious reasons, but they're quicker and more fluid, and Eloquent, I guess, is the word, isn't it? For being able to put words together on the fly, being able to put language together. Erudite is the ability to think and process thoughts and come up with things on the fly. That's erudition, erudite. But eloquence is the ability to put the right word together at the right time, on the fly, under pressure, in the face of the opposition. Eloquent and erudite. But I always liked eloquent. But is it Indian or African? You tell by the size of the ears. Silly childish joke that used to crease me and a friend up in our, I think in our early 20s. Eloquent versus elephant, for anyone who didn't catch it. But is it Indian or African? You can tell by the size of the ears. Stupid, puerile, and I love it. You know, I have a sense of humour, childish as it may be. Let me have a look at chat, see whether anyone said anything. Yeah, okay. Terry says, seawater is good for washing up. And it's close for you to collect. It is. It's... what? Well, the cliff top's 3 or 4 minutes that way. I have to go down the cliff, or a hill, depending on how you look at it, over some stones and around and find a good place to scoop it up. And then bring it back. Or carry wet clothing there, carry clothing there and wet clothing back. I can't leave my dog that long. It would be over 10 minutes. When I go to the shop, I allow 5 minutes, sometimes a little bit longer if there's a queue in the shop. Tina starts barking once a second every second, 2 or 3 minutes after she realizes I'm gone. So I'm not saying it would be impossible. Joby, when he lived here, he used to go and get seawater to, not for the wash. He found the salt water inhibited the soap suds, but for a preliminary rinse, he would use salt water. So yeah, it's not impossible. It's a little bit impractical, if you know what I mean. What are you cooking? It's the pasta, the cuppa pasta, the pot pasta, whatever you call that. But it seems to have less pasta in it than a normal cuppa soup. I don't know. Oh, hey! Fuck. Shit, sorry folks. Swearing. I am quite a sweary bloke, I did mention it. The electric fly zapper just flew over. Let me... oh, I've got the... I'm going to have to take the... temporarily, I'll just take this off. For anyone who hasn't seen it, the fly zapper of death, the fly killer of... fly swatter of death, the electric tennis racket. That's there. Down here. Oh, look, it just went over again and it sparked, which isn't hitting a fly, it's bending the wires and arcing when it shouldn't. No, I should have gone wrong again. Let's go this way, torch. There she is. Here's my girl. Hey, I get a kiss and a cuddle. Oh, I get a cuddle, I'm not going to get a kiss at this range, am I? No. No kiss. What if I had treats? If I had treats, would I get a kiss? Oh, treats. Give me a second, folks. Oh no, I need the torch, so you'll have to come with me. Somewhere over here, we've got... oh, can I do this one-handed? Almost... oh, I was going to say almost certainly not, but then I managed. Superhero that I am. Hold on, babe. Hold on. If I put this in my mouth, I'll do this, watch. See how you can... here's me. Okay. And now I'm going to lean over. I'm going to lean over to my girl. No. There she goes. There's my girl. She's a clever girl. Ever so gentle. But back to the prat that thinks she's the star of the show. Let me... last I saw was Andy there, wasn't it? Andy and the clan Lowy. I'm not sure of your pronunciation, mate. Can you... Oh, I don't know whether I should ask this in public. Mel was your wife, yeah, Andy? That passed. Is that right? Or have you got... I'm not 100% sure whether you've like got a new partner and... I'm not sure where we're at, mate. I've watched a few videos, but I haven't dove in too deep. What are you cooking? So the heat is off, and the pasta soup thing is off, Karen. That's turned off. I've got 2 cup of soups waiting to be drunk. Those were just for drinking. I thought the pasta thing would have been thicker. I was expecting like fusilli or whatever it is, the pasta twists or something. That I can't detect any pasta there. It's like it's angel hair. Whoa, it's gone again. It's gone again. Fucking thing won't stay stood up. I got it wedged between 2 things, but it gets caught. It's tennis racket shaped. It gets caught. The wind isn't from any one direction. One minute the wind's from over here, the next it's over there, the next it's there. It is swirling, because folks, we're at the bottom of 2 hills, and the wind can come around either hill or both hills depending on where the actual source is. It's very blustery, very gusty in multiple directions. So far it hasn't knocked anything over. It should. If it knocked the beer over, I'd be angry. Just for anyone who's got any doubts, I've got my priorities. I've also got my cup of soups. I still haven't dared put my hand into the or a finger into the tennis racket of doom. I am gagged to know what 50,000 volts feels like, even at low amperage, at low current. I'm fascinated to know. Oh look! Oh, I haven't put the pan scrub back on. I'm not even sure where the pan scrub. Let me see if I can show you this. I don't know whether I need the. I don't know if I need the light or not for this part. Can you see down this side? I don't know whether you can. No, it's flaring out. Below, over. If I put my finger next to it and be careful not to touch it because I've got no idea. Can you see that the metal has come outside of the frame of the racket? Because it keeps falling over and getting banged. Yeah, you can see there. The metal is on the plastic, not inside the frame like it is everywhere else. Everywhere else it's on the inside of that frame. Here it's on the outside. It's taken a few knocks. One of the problems of living in a confined area like a tent is that there's not many flat surfaces, there's not much space, things fall over and they fucking break easily. I don't think this was very cheap. I don't think this was... My friend Karen here in the in chat got this for me. Karen and her husband. I've only had it... Was this your last visit? I've had it maybe a month and a half, and it's already showing signs of wear and tear. I don't think we've heard it catch any bugs tonight. The only time it's done snap, crackle and pop was when it's fallen over and smacked on things. I might just turn it off and lay it down. If it's not serving a purpose, then why have it? Why keep it powered and standing up, taking the wind and falling and taking damage? I don't know, folks. I'm guessing that there's different people out there cycling in and out. If you're just arriving, if you haven't hit the thumbs up, you might like to consider it. I am a tramp living in a field. I'll admit, I use the word tramp a little bit. It's performative. What would an actual tramp be like? I guess not too different. But I guess I abuse or misuse the word slightly. But it's YouTube. You've got to have a hook. You've got to have a hook. Yeah, you've got to have a handle. You've got to have something for people to grab onto and. Oh wow, my moustache is again at that point where it's conducting whatever I drink down and out. I need to, I think, isn't it only 2 or 3 weeks ago that I cut this down to the bone? I kept a, what do you call it? Fuck, I've lost vocabulary again. I kept that beard, you know that one, and I kept the big Sam Elliott moustache, but I kept that, and I got rid of all of that and that. Now you can't really tell. I'm sure it's only 3 weeks ago. Maybe an extra week or 2 more. I don't know. Okay, I'm working forward. Better with sponge, not great. Yeah, I'm going to put the sponge back on now, folks, because I have taken it off and forgot to put it back on. Let's scroll. No mosquitoes because of the wind. I've noticed that, like, when I put the fan on inside the tent, I have a big, what do you call them? I don't, a floor stand fan. It's not like a little desktop one, it's a big fan, because I've got electricity because of the EcoFlow and the solar panel. It's jumped on me again. There's Terrence, says Alan, better with, okay. Strange how swearing is public, illegal now, apparently antisocial, but attack people, tramp travelers, so that's okay. The UK's laws on swearing are misinterpreted by the police and the courts. You can, according to the law, you can swear. You can swear in front of people. You can swear at people. Causing offence shouldn't be interpreted as a problem. Causing alarm, distress, and harassment. So telling someone, I'm gonna fucking hit you, then you've got a problem. But just the use of swear words in the presence of the public, as long as they're not particularly vulnerable, particularly likely to be offended. So don't do it in front of a 10-year-old kid, or maybe, a 12-year-old kid. But once they get into like 15, 16, 18, they're adults. They have to be particularly vulnerable, particularly susceptible to being offended or harassed. Swearing in front of a policeman, absolutely not. They are judged to have a higher, they're supposed to have a higher tolerance because of their profession, because of their position in public. They're supposed to be made of sterner stuff. So merely swearing, and yet you see the law being misused all the time. And I tell you that every Monday morning, if you sat in a courtroom every Monday morning, you will see this law being abused left, right and centre. They'll arrest people, not do them for whatever the original arrest was, but they'll charge them with resisting arrest when they didn't really, and they'll charge them with public order, Section 5 public order offences. Section 4 and Section 5 public court all the time. And it's bullshit, if you'll pardon my French. Oh, I've got to sort this jumping chat. Better with sponge, but not great. Ask Karen to bring a furry mic, a USB, yeah, something with noise cancelling, or yeah. I can't just ask people to bring me that kind of thing. Andy was just checking in. Okay, mate. Got some grief going on. Oh, I'll check up on you. Okay, because you spoke out against the police. Yeah. They don't miss an opportunity to retaliate. I'm sorry, you've probably left already, but if you do come back and watch afterwards, they don't miss an opportunity to retaliate. You need a haircut and beard trim. I've got a friend who takes care of that. You want to call it a freestanding fan? Okay. Now classed as a criminal act. I mean, Scotland has different laws to England, which I kind of disagree with. I liked it when the United Kingdom was more united, when laws were more unified between the two. I know there's always been slight differences, procurator fiscal versus what they're called, DPP, Director of Public Prosecutions, all of that kind of stuff. And you have the one that's it's not guilty and it's not guilty, unproven or whatever it's called. You have the one in between. We don't have that. It's quite blowy, isn't it, folks? Tell me if it's too bad. I guess we could just call it quits and go and do something different instead. But I was quite looking forward to catching up with you guys after disappearing for the last, I don't know, what is it, 4, 5, 6 days, whatever it's been. 5 or so days. I wanted to catch up with you. I'm getting a bad back sitting like that. I have got my Tina right down here. It does mean if I go that way, I got to be really careful. All of my solar powered things are not doing great through the day. That's got a little bit of, oh, okay, the tennis racket was blowing at me. My solar powered things are all dying a death. Everything breaks, folks. Whoa! Look, you heard the crack. It wasn't a fly. It was. I'm going to turn it off and lay it down. Lay down before you fall down. Somebody might have. Look at you. You're getting a close up of my noggin, or of my visage, my face. I've laid it down before it falls down. But this is a night where it did just blow the lid off the pan over there earlier, didn't it? So even being flat doesn't guarantee everything's going to be okay. Let's see where we go, folks. Let's see how we go. If it's right across the globe, folks are getting rid of everyone that's different. Well, in some ways they're bringing in some people that are different, but they're different. I'm not going to go there tonight. Oh, that was a good warm gulp. I think the third gulp got me. It's honestly not supposed to be this windy. When I went live, the weather forecast said 2 kilometers an hour. Give us a second, I'm just gonna... Oh. Refresh that page. 29 feels like 35, so we've got a 6-degree difference between actual and what it feels like. Humidity is 79. That's high for summer. It says wind 16 over here. That must be like the daily average probably. Over here, no, it says 16 kilometers an hour. There's no fucking way. Every other time it's been like this, it's been 30 or higher. It's due in the next hour to climb 16, 19, 26, 29 over the next few hours. Those weren't there earlier. Tina girl, quiet, quiet. I don't think there's anyone there, sweetie. What are you barking at? A bush? A mouse? A cat? What do you got? I don't see anything, sweetheart. Don't think there's anybody or anything there. Dog! Doggy dog, dog, dog. This was not on the agenda when I came live. It literally said that the current wind speed was 2 kilometers an hour. I came out, put the stove on, and almost instantly it started blowing out. And I've got to turn it higher and higher. Put a windshield in place, turn it higher and higher. I've still got, remind me, I've still got whatever that other stuff is over there waiting to be had. Got to go. Glad you're both okay. We are, my friend, and I hope you and your tribe, you and your clan are okay. I need to do more watching of your things to fully understand where you are, and with the dolphins in that, is it a lake or is it's the sea? I guess it's an inlet. I don't fully understand the geography, but I need to look into it more. You need to secure your tent, etc. if the wind is coming your way. It's crazy here, says Karen. It's fairly secure. I mean, it's loose, but the grips are gripping. It's the silver foil. This end is in tatters. Well, I never thought that was going to last forever, but it's taken me through the bulk of summer, hasn't it? Taken me from the start of summer to. Well, we're almost at the end. When you get to the end of August, which is what? A week and a half away, 2 weeks away, depending on what the date is. What is the date? 18th. I guess it's 2 weeks away, end of August. So at some point in the first 2 weeks of September, we'll have a storm, and that'll be the end of summer. It'll drop 10 degrees, and it'll come back up 3, 4, maybe 5 degrees and settle there. That'll be the end. But it's the guy ropes are in place. Everything's the clamps are all tight. The fabric's a little loose just because there's so much of it. It'll do. If I have to get up at 4 in the morning and start reattaching things, it'll be right. I got a couple of fallback tarps if needed. Not big like this one, but we'll make do. And the tarps at this time of year aren't for keeping water out or anything. They're for just keeping the sun off, aren't they? We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Karen's chairs are blowing over. Yeah, I mean, mine probably would have by now if I wasn't sat here. I got up this morning and all my coffee making things were on the floor. Yeah, we had wind. Well, part of the reason yesterday that I didn't do TrampCast, I guess I didn't finish telling the full story. Yes, I was on a downer and not in the mood, but it was a stupid hot day, and then mid to late afternoon, the wind kicked in and got stupid. And it died down about 9 o'clock, and I started thinking, oh, shall I do a TrampCast Hangout? And just go and talk to, not do TrampCast proper, but like this, just to talk to you guys. And I just didn't feel it, folks. Sorry. Sometimes, it wasn't just that I didn't feel, I've got no idea what I'm going to talk about when I come and do these sometimes. Sometimes I've prepped a few science topics and some discussion points and I've got some ideas where we're going to go. Other times I'm reliant entirely on you guys in chat to just ask your questions, make your statements, say your things, and we'll, if we're lucky, I'll answer a question and either you'll think of a tangent or I'll think of a tangent, and away we go. And if we can go on a tangent from a tangent from a tangent, I can talk for an hour or two and not worry about it. But some days I just wonder, what the hell are we going to talk about? What is there to talk about? Some days I just don't know. Like now, when I catch up with chat, when I'm caught up. Now sometimes it just looks like I've caught up. And if I go to top chat and then back down to live chat, a load of other things appear, as if by magic. Mr. Ben reference, because Ray Brooks died. Was that? That was early last week, wasn't it? Ray Brooks, the narrator of Mr. Ben. For anyone who's not British, or anyone who's too young, Mr. Ben was a 70s kids TV programme. A guy who would go to a fancy dress shop and he'd be standing there looking at some marvellous fancy dress costume, and as if by magic the shopkeeper would appear. Go off into the dressing room and just stand there, and his clothes would just like magically change from his normal bowler hat and suit into the fancy dress. You don't call it fancy dress abroad. Costume party, I don't know what you call it. I don't know if you've got a better term. But yeah, a themed costume party thing. Anyway, he'd stand there and the costume would change, and then he'd go out through a different door. The magical door that led to adventure. And he'd go off and have an adventure, and at the end of the adventure, as if by magic, the shopkeeper would appear and guide him through a cave or something, and back through the door to the dressing room. All top fun, top kids entertainment. But Ray Brooks was the narrator, and he's enshrined in the hearts of many, many British children of the, I guess, 60s and 70s, the ones that grew up during the 70s. What the fuck? There goes my soup, the packet. I don't know whether I'll find that tonight. I might have to pick that up in the morning. Hey babe, calm down. It's just the wind, probably. It's okay, unless it's a bus or the train. Do you know, I thought there was an accident with the train, the noddy train, the tourist train the other day. People started screaming, "Stop, stop, stop!" And it went on for quite a way before it actually stopped. And then all the traffic stopped behind it. Something, I don't know what, I haven't seen anything on the news, so it can't be anything too serious. But it's one of these, you know, there's an engine shaped like a train engine, and it pulls 2 or 3. I think there's 2 of them. One's blue, one's I think yellow or whatever. But pulling this thing, and yeah, there was lots of screaming, like real shrieking from up on the road. But by the time they'd actually stopped, they were behind the trees and I couldn't see what was going on. But all the traffic stopped, but only for about 30 seconds, and then started to go around them. So I presume nothing too serious. Maybe somebody just dropped their handbag over the side, or... That sounds sexist, but I don't mean it that way. Maybe somebody just dropped something over the side. If it wasn't actually serious. Why is that? That feels cold. It's not hot, but it's... Okay, that one's tepid. Well, no, it's warmer than tepid. I don't know, folks. Okay, last comment was Karen's chair's blowing away. Am I... I got a feeling I'm missing something. Either that or I've bored you all into submission and I haven't given you anywhere to go with your comments and topics. I did just jump to the beginning again. But... Okay, folks. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. That's the name of the channel. I am Delta Mike. I am down and out. Homeless. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some, especially Americans, might call me a bum. Then again, last week some people probably would have as well. A bum, someone who sleeps rough or lives rough on the streets, someone who sleeps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. That's the potted version. That's the this is TrampCast Hangout. Now, TrampCast Hangout is kind of an extension from a program I do called TrampCast, which I now kind of refer to as TrampCast proper to delineate or differentiate it from this. The TrampCast proper, I talk about 7 days in my life. I try to make it the 7 days prior to when we do the program, but sometimes I get a little bit behind. I was almost back on top and I've dropped behind again. But this is not that. This is TrampCast Hangout. This is where I just talk with you guys in chat. So you need to be in chat. You need to get chat open and open visible to take part. Now, I got some grief last week, so I have made it subscribers only, but you only have to be a subscriber for 20 minutes. Feel free to press that button. Obviously, you'll just have to sit and watch chat for 20 minutes, and then you'll be able to take part. If it's not for you, feel free to unsubscribe afterwards or tomorrow, whenever. That's okay. It's purely to stop bots and trolls. Normally I would leave these wide open because I put a logo, I put an image out there, come and talk with a tramp. Ordinarily I would leave it wide open for anybody to just come and chat. But because I figured I took some abuse last week, it's just a little bit of protection. I did, in one episode, I sent 2 people to the Phantom Zone, which is my phrase for saying I push the button, they're not blocked exactly, they can come, they can watch, they see chat, they can even post in chat. Nobody sees it except them. They're talking to themselves. And they'll wonder why nobody, after a while they'll wonder why nobody responds, and they'll hopefully go away and not be abusive little shits. Protecting my mental well-being is important. It is indeed, Richie. Yeah, it is. I learnt that watching Asmongold. I don't agree with him on everything. Let's not go off on politics, but he's a very, very successful streamer, one of the biggest in the world, and he just has no truck with any shit. He's okay with people disagreeing with him, but if they say something that they can't back up with argument, if they say something that's just stupid, or if they just troll him or just name call, if they just go all ad hominem and attack the man, not the argument, gone. Actually banned me on his Twitch stream, or his moderators did. I'm going to appeal this one, but he was playing a video where there's a guy, N-word, 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 you know, actually, and it's the hard R, it's not the A. He's da 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 da. And I used a frequently used kind of synonym of ninja, just to not be, and I was discussing what he was saying. I wasn't just throwing the words out there. But I got banned. I think it's my first time in his chat over on Twitch, because I normally watch YouTube rather than Twitch. But hey ho, I just struck me as funny at the time. I don't know why. Maybe within the next 3 or 4 years I'll get unbanned. It's just funny to me because I have used the actual word over here, but no, I learned from Asman early on that the banhammer. I was a free speech advocate, and to an extent, like versus the government, we should be free to say anything against the government and its representatives. The government, members of councils, members of the police, any other arms, the judiciary, whatever. Any other wings or arms of government. Civil servants, public employees, whatever. We should be allowed to protest and to say whatever we want in however strong a language we want. But if you come here onto my YouTube channel, I don't mind swear words. Swear as much as you want. But if you're calling me it, then I'll be thinking about it. And if you're calling me a liar, deceitful, a con man, the guy who said that the tent was AI and he's been to this field and there's nothing here. Tell Karen there's nobody here in this field. Tell Josie, Anthony, my friend Tom, my friend Ismo, who came and smashed 2 chairs. He's broken 2 chairs here in this field just by sitting on them. Christian, I don't know whether to call him a friend or not, but someone that I used to know. Adela, someone I used to know from the before times, before I was homeless. All these people have been to the field. And there are others. There was George a few weeks ago, and his friend who came the week after. Oh, Andrew, maybe. Although now I've said it, that doesn't sound right. Oh God, I hate that. I hate it when I can't remember names. But there are other people. David Schofield out of chat's been here. I haven't seen him in a little while actually. I should have got his contact details while he was here, but I didn't. Guys, if you ever come here to see me, make sure you get like a proper contact details. Phone number, WhatsApp, the other one, Messenger. If you come and see me, get real world contact details. If you just want real world contact details, just email me and say, and if there's a need for it, then yeah, we'll do it. I'm going through a thing at the minute with a company, possibly. I'm not sure whether this is a scam or not. I mentioned maybe last week about a phone I used to have that was like the sturdiest phone I ever had, built like a tank, from a company called Oukitel, Oukitel. And I was contacted by a guy purporting to be from like their marketing team, saying that they wanted to send me the latest model because I'm a influencer. He's from their influencer division. It's the first time I've ever had this kind of contact. But they want to take the discussion to WhatsApp. And so many scams on YouTube involve contacting you and then taking the discussion to WhatsApp that I'm suspicious. So I don't know what to do about that. But the phone I had was called an Oukitel K10000, and it was a 10,000 milliamp hour battery, which is 10 amp hours. Forget, I hate thousands of milli. 10 amp hour battery, which is really big. Even now, that's 4 times bigger than a lot of phones, and bigger than most like large battery phones. But the phone itself was rugged as hell. Like in a... So imagine a really, really solid rectangle with a thick bezel all around, really thick. But then with the corners kind of chamfered off, the corners. So it turns it into octagonal, I guess. Four sides but with the four corners chopped. So you've got this octagonal, built like a brick, heavy as hell. The heaviest, most sturdy phone I ever owned. And then I'm approached almost before I got off the stream. I get the email from the guy and I'm thinking, how'd you get there that fast? He didn't just happen to be surfing the web and listening to me. So I'm not sure. That was suspicious to me for a start. That's like a bot kind of scanning the web kind of thing. And then the email address wasn't actually the company's full address. It had the company name in it, but then different initials at the end. Like not ukitel.com or .china or whatever they are. It had different... So I'm a little suspicious, and he keeps emailing me and telling me to get a hold of them on WhatsApp to sort things out, and they'll send me a phone. And I'm wondering what's their angle, what's the con? I'm a tramp in a field, delivery's not going to be easy. Are they legit or not? Now, if this is like my first like sponsored content, if they're going to send me a phone to review and it's all hardy and I get to drop it in a field and it doesn't break and all of that, yeah, I'm just a little bit wary. I don't know, I'm new at this. Let's just see whether chat got stuck or whether we're... Okay, there is extra there, but only one. Let's have a donation so we can hear the sound of hope. Oh God. What, the sound of hope? Oh, is that better? That's not one of you. I bet that's... It is. Terry. I didn't look at the amount. See, did I even get around to thanking you for the last one last week? You gotta stop this, mate. Oh, look at the amount as well. What are you doing, lad? I thank you for that, and that just put a smile on my face, but it makes me feel bad at the same time. I don't know. Thank you, my friend. Cheers to Terry. I got to look back at our first messages to see what we decided on your name. Did we go with Terry, Tez? I'm not sure what we... I know we didn't go... I know we abbreviated. I just don't remember what we abbreviated to. So until you correct me, I'm going to say Terry. But if you want to be Tel or Tez or something, then tell me now. Cheers to the donors. Cheers to Terry there, who donated. I think that was the last stream as well. Got to slow your roll, mate. Don't be sending. Definitely don't be sending more than you can afford. If you need the money, you keep the money. It's. I am just a guy in a field. My needs are. Well, I was having a discussion with the lady I was talking about with the dog earlier. She was saying about these doggy wheelchair things, and if you want one with the rugged wheels and that are sturdy, and for a dog-sized dog rather than a Chihuahua-sized dog, she was saying $250 might not be enough. And I was a little unsure about the ones I've been looking at, but I don't know. But generally, my needs are fairly predictable. I said last week, somewhere typically €20 a week, a little bit more on the week that the phone bill is due. Which to me sounds like a lot of money. Getting €20 a week is... That's not easy. But I guess I'm basing this on prices from like 9 years ago when I moved out here. Things have moved on, especially after COVID. Prices shot up. Some came down a bit, but not everything, and not things like coffee and sugar and things. I think coffee went up ridiculously. Coffee went up from just over €2 a jar to over 3 in about 3 weeks. Like to 3.20, 3.30. Last I saw it dropped back down to 3. And this is the this is instant. What size jar? Is this 200 grams or is this 100 grams? Oh, I won't be able to read that. 200 grams of supermarket's own brand instant dry, dry powder, polvo. Café de polvo. But yeah, it went up from just over 2, like 220, 230. It went up to over 320, 330. In 2 hops over like almost consecutive weeks, as me and Joby were going to the supermarket. And I remember it dropping down to just over 3 from 320, 330. But that was an incredible jump. And I've no idea what it is now because I haven't been to a shop this year. I'm ashamed and embarrassed to say. I've got friends who go for me and either gift me the stuff. I've had deliveries, I've had donations from people. Some people have gone for me and I've paid them like for the overall shop or a contribution towards. Usually they don't always accept full value, Karen. I have to sit down and discuss this stuff with them sometimes. Reach a compromise where they'll at least take some money off me. But I would say my cost of living is probably somewhere around 20 or 30 euros a week. The lower end of that most weeks, the higher end when the phone bill's due. But as you've seen, cup of soups. I'll take cup of soups and add, I don't know, you're not going to be able to see that. Can you see that? I think that's macaroni. That's pasta that side. I think it's lentils that side that have nearly run out. Is that lentils? Or did the lentils actually run out? That might be mash. I think that's powdered mash that side, which I just used to thicken the soups up sometimes. Like I said before about taking a cup of soup and splitting it over 2 cups, or taking a cup of soup and making a whole pan of something out of it, put pasta in. Sometimes it's a little bit too weak. Add lentils if I've got them, and maybe a little bit of powdered mashed potato just to add a bit of stodge, just to thicken it up a bit. It's my future canoe, great content creator online, a cook. Not going to say chef, but he's definitely worked in kitchens. He made a beef Wellington and he made a video of it, and some guy called Gordon, you might know him, he cooks a little bit. Some guy called Gordon raved about how well this guy did in his student accommodation. And Future Canoe went from 200,000 viewers to 2.odd million over the next 6 months. That's what happens when Gordon raves about how good your cookery is, apparently. But Future Canoe calls these things struggle meals. These quick and easy, throw it in a pot. It's one pot. It's just odds and ends, and at the end of it, you've got a meal. Future Canoe, folks, go and watch him. He's hilarious. I'm saying no more. Just if you're not aware of the phenomena and you like the odd cookery video, Future Canoe. And go and find, if you really want something, go and find Gordon Ramsay reviews Future Canoe. Yeah, some guy called Gordon. Obviously, the guy's channel was already doing quite well to have 200,000 subscribers. But the next 3 or 4 months was just phenomenal growth for the lad. And we've never seen his face. He talks in a deadpan kind of voice most of the time. He announces if he's going to get excited and then does a little dance, but you're only looking at his hands. Future Canoe, highly recommended channel. Okay, that was Terence and his donation. Nobody's talked to me since then. You guys, we got a lot of lurkers in the house. Lurkers, first time watching a live stream maybe. Maybe you don't know how this works. Down at the bottom, if you touch the player or click on it, you get a series of buttons, and you're looking for like a speech bubble or maybe a double speech bubble to bring up chat. Or if you're on Windows, if you're in a browser, look underneath the player and you'll see a horizontal box for entering chat. Click within the box and chat should open on the right hand side of your player, and there'll be a text box at the bottom that you can type in. Tina, go quiet. There's some people walking past. I heard them. It's okay. It's okay, they've gone past. Tina! Silencio! Calmate, amiga mia. Tranquilo. Shush. They've gone. They've gone. They're way off in the distance. Dog. They're literally, by the time she started barking, they're already 100 yards past. Maybe 50. Difficult to judge in the dark. She just worries me because she's not tied up, so she could actually take off after them in a bum shuffly way, but I'd still have to chase and stand on the lead and catch her. But that wasn't that, that's just something else. Cooling over the next 3 days, says the Torrevieja weather app. Josie's emailed me, but I'm live, Josie, I'm live, and I can't talk to you on the email. I'm live, lass. Are you not here? No, she's not here and talking. I'm enjoying this soup. I probably need to take the lid off. It's a sippy cup lid on the insulated cup. So there's probably bits, veg or pasta or something in the soup that I'm not getting because of the sippy cup. You know what I mean by a sippy cup, yeah? Like the baby's cup with the little spout. It hasn't got the spout, but it's got the little slot. Like your plastic cups from these coffee places that I don't know the name of. What's the American one in green with a woman with wavy hair? Does she look like a mermaid or something? What are they called? I can't think of their name. Never been in one. Don't do coffee shops. Went in one once when I was in America because I was with a group that went in one. It wasn't the big brand one though. They're in Seattle, Washington. I think that's their base, and I can't think of their name. I'm going to ask. Fuck. Can you believe this shit? I'll type it. I don't talk to computers. Seattle-based coffee company. I might be misremembering the Seattle, it's not. Starbucks. I did get it right. What famous coffee company is from Seattle was a prompt with the answer. Starbucks. I had no clue. Never been in one. There's Costa Coffee and some of the others. I've been in a Costa Coffee because Alicante Airport. When I arrived here and was waiting for the bus, the €7 coach, everybody, look, you're all saying Starbucks, but did you get there before I did? You probably did. But hello, Tom. I think that's the first I've seen of you there, my friend. Are you Tom in the Shetlands? I got multiple Toms. I get stuck on who Tom, which Tom. I got my friend Tom that comes here to the field. There's Tom. It is Tom in the Shetlands, okay, mate. And then there's Tom. Well, there's Thomas in Norway. So yeah. Okay, I got the right. I guessed right, so I didn't embarrass myself too much this time. Not the best coffee. Don't know why it's so successful. I think if you charge enough, people view it as being good, don't they? How many times do you hear someone say, what will they say? Something like, it's only £60 or $60 a year. That's just a weekly Starbucks or a monthly Starbucks. Or, you know what I mean? You can rent a car and it's only £150 a month. That's just your morning Starbucks. Yeah, if you're paying a £5 a day for 30 fucking days. But who does that? I begrudge paying $3, $4, $5, euros, pounds a cup. I begrudge paying €3 for a 200-gram cup. Now I think they say that a cup of coffee, a spoon of coffee, is it 3 grams or 5? You're getting, well, if it's 3, I think it's 3 grams because it's just a dry powder. It's not a liquid, which would be 5 milligrams or whatever. But that might be milligrams. I'm not even sure. You should be getting the best part of 100 cups of coffee for your €3. It might be 50, it might be 70, I have no idea. But you'd have to know what a spoon of dry coffee powder weighs. Not coffee grinds or grounds, but just dry instant powder. And I object to €3 for that, even though it's, it might be up to 100 cups of coffee. 3 cents a cup, and I'm objecting. And these cunts want me to pay a £5. Fuck off. Definitely at that stage. Whoa! It's windy, folks, but the wind is warm. It's hot still. I'll be honest, I'm getting towards the bottom of this. I'm not getting any. It's not like there's carrots or peas or pasta or anything in the bottom. It was just a very plain chicken soup. Don't get me wrong, very nice for what it was. Just I kind of just expect a little bit. Oh, I'm criticising when my friends that bought it for me are here in chat, I think, unless I haven't seen Karen say goodbye. I think she's probably still here. She might be in and out a little bit. Maybe she's gone outside to catch her chairs that were blowing away. I'll go top chat and then back to, yeah, look at this. Is it a cup of soup? Yeah, I took one of the cup of soups and split it over 2 cups. But it is just a chicken broth. There's no like carrots and onions and peas or anything. Yeah, just chicken. But nice and warm, and but Just usually there's a little bit of, what would you call it, the angel hair pasta, or onion and carrots and dried peas and stuff in the bottom. But it's nice for what it was, and I've got no idea whether it's a cheap one or an expensive one. I know you didn't get it at Waitrose or anything. Actually, I don't know that, but I presume you didn't. Cheers to my friend Karen and the rest of her family who might be. 5 grams of coffee on a teaspoon. Okay, so I should only be getting 40 cups out of my 3 euros. We're headed for 10 cents a. Hold on. Yeah, we're on 7.5 cents per cup, maybe. Oh, I'm not in the right frame of mind for doing silly maths that involve 7.5s. 4 7.5s are 3. Oh, well, they're 30, but yeah. Yeah. 7.5 cents a cup for instant coffee, plus the sugar and gas for the hot water. I don't generally have any kind of milk or anything on hand. If I do have a pint of milk, it has to go that day or first thing the next morning. So if I've got some cereals or something laying around, the majority of it tends to go on that rather than coffee. So I will put in coffee if I've got it. I have used those UHT little pods, little cartons, little individual sachets. Not the right word for what they are, but you know what I mean. The little tubs of UHT milk. But even UHT milk doesn't survive long when your temp's 50 degrees. Unfortunately, that's just a fact of life, folks. That's just a fact of life. All these lessons, for anybody out there that is of a prepper mindset, I'm going to do a video sometime soon. I posted in a couple of chats on other people's videos, like a short list of lessons learned. I posted one thing that was appropriate for a video I'd watched, so it was on topic, but then they said, what else can you teach us? So I came up with half a dozen others and posted that. Even though they're kind of off topic for the original video, but I was asked by the channel owner, what else? But then I added to the list after, so I've got a list of 12 or 13. If I can get that up to 20 lessons for preppers from a tramp, from a homeless guy, just obvious stuff that shit don't last. If you wear glasses, they're gonna break. It doesn't take much. I had these. So Tina sits under this tree, yeah, under this bush, and I went down the other day and I put a bowl of water next to her. I took her for a walk, 5 or 10 minute walk. We came back and she made it obvious that she didn't want to go back in the tent. She wanted to come and sit under her bush here. So obviously I put her under the bush. I went and got her water and I reached under, and I've got to find a place that's level under the bush. I have to reach quite a way under for it to be level, otherwise it's like that and all the water drips out or runs out. So I reach under and find a level spot, and when I come out and I go and I'm doing and I'm like, I go to I'll be walking around with my glasses like that on the top of my head. You'll see that during videos. If I don't need them on, I'll leave them on my head. I wear them 24/7. I went to reach for them. They weren't fucking there, and I'm thinking, did I take them off? I didn't take them off before I came out of the tent. No, I definitely didn't. And I went in the tent and I looked in like the 2 or 3 standard places. There's one standard place that I try to put them every time. But sometimes you got to do something in a rush, and I've got there's one other place by the door. You know, sometimes you have to run. Don't go there. It's a bowel thing, but you don't need to know too much info. Anyway, nothing that it wasn't in the obvious places inside. I came back outside. They're hanging in the fucking bush. Where I've had to push in into the bush, I've had to like push in to put a ball down. The bush has snatched my glasses off my fucking head. Now, if they'd fallen from the bush and onto the floor, they might have broken. Like I said, I sleep in them. I wear them 24/7. They're either on like that, or if I'm awake most of the night watching videos, and I'll just be on my side and I'm watching. It doesn't take much for a leg or an arm, whatever these are called, to work loose. The incident the other week where I fell over and stuff wrapped around me and I couldn't trip my legs up and I couldn't get my arms out and I fell on my face and I broke a pair of glasses. Everything breaks. Are they 1.0 or 1.5? I don't know. You bought them. Well, okay, I'll leave it at that. I've got no idea. Where would I look and how would I see without any eyes? I've never seen a marking on a pair. If I was to say, I'd say get number 2. Because if they're too strong for me now, they'll be fine for me in 6 months. That's the other thing, folks. Glasses are going to break, eyeglasses if you're American, because you have to specify things. Reading glasses, you might want to just call them. They're going to break. In the apocalypse or SHTF, if you're a prepper, glasses are going to break. And your eyes are going to deteriorate. So you need extra pairs that are your current strength, but you need some that are other strengths. And if you've got other family members, you need theirs as well. Everything breaks. I know preppers have a saying, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. You know, if they're your only pair of glasses, then you're on a single point of failure. 2's not enough. I've been homeless for 3 years and I must have gone through 5 pairs of glasses. They drop, you bend over and they drop, and that's them gone. You fall over and that's them gone. The branch gets you and it didn't, but potentially could have dropped them on the floor and they're gone. And then you're left dicking about with individual lenses and trying to treat it like a monocle, like I was doing for that week. 2 is 1 and 1 is none, but that means that 2 is none. 2's not enough. Minimum 3 of your current strength, and you want a good couple or more of the next strength up, and it depends how long a disaster you're planning for. If you're thinking of something that's like a year long or more, you might need more. So I do this every now and again, talking to preppers, and I know not many of my audience are actual preppers. Some of you have listened to me about EcoFlows or similar and gone out and got them, and you use them daily from what I'm told. They get daily use, just like mine does. It doesn't have to be EcoFlow, folks. I mean, that's the brand that I lean towards and that I prefer. That's the brand that I think is the leader in the market for these solar power stations, solar generators, solar systems, whatever you want to go with. Ultra large power banks that store a kilowatt hour or more of power. Actually, mine's only a quarter of a kilowatt hour, but I'm a tramp in a field. I can't afford the bigger and better ones. But yeah, Jackery, Bluetti, Anchor? Anchor do them now. I think Oukitel do one. Oukitel, the people who did the phone that I was talking about the other day, I think they now do them. And there's another company called All Powers. So those are your 5 or 6, I don't know how many I just mentioned. Those are your top brands for that kind of thing. Everyone should have them. I've gone off on a prepper thing. I didn't. It was a tangent from something else, wasn't it? It was a tangent from broken glasses and being prepared, probably. Everything breaks. Wires. There's another one. You see, from my list of lessons to learn. If you followed my travails with USB cables breaking, but also the cable from the solar panel to the EcoFlow broke. One of the two wires broke and the second one was on the cusp of breaking. That. Now you either need extra cables or you need the knowledge and the tools to attach new connectors yourself. Whether that's with crimping kits and connectors or whether it's with soldering irons, solder, flux and the braid that you use for removing excess solder. All of that, one way or another, you need a way to repair things. I've seen people advertise a glasses repair kit so that when these arms work loose and these screws start working their way out, these titchy tiny screwdrivers, and you can screw them back in. Or spare lenses, or a certain type of glue to just hold the frame in place properly. Shoe glue. I didn't even know that was a thing. You can get glue that's specific for shoes. Because super glue dries rigid and hard, and if you fix a shoe or a trainer, some plastics react with super glue in an exothermic way and they go up in smoke. Don't do that. Buy shoe glue. Insoles. Everything breaks. Shoes will break. Spare shoes, extra shoes, but insoles, shoe glue, sewing kits, blah blah blah. If ever you're planning for that emergency situation. I'll shut up about prepping now because it's not everybody's cup of tea. But I'm going to do an article on it because although I kind of had a prepper mindset before this, I wasn't prepared for this. I had a fire kit, I had a first aid kit, basic, what you might call a boo-boo kit. It's for cuts and scrapes and things, not for like, I didn't even have anything for burns. Someone had to buy me some gel to put on burns because when I was lighting a gas camping stove, I was getting scabs. That's to come because I was doing a video that was supposed to be released on my 3rd anniversary, and again that feeling down, I didn't do it. I've got 2 videos part ready to go that just never came out. I was supposed to make a big deal. I was supposed to make a big deal sounds wrong, but I was supposed to use the 3rd anniversary of being homeless as a launch pad for not advertising campaign, but you know what I mean, as here's my story, here's the history, let's look at my first ever video, etc. And the guys with the negative comments knocked me and it just didn't happen. I'll get to that. But suffice to say, one of the things was I was getting, from lighting the camp stove and controlling the flame, the little twiddly nozzly thing, I was getting burns. I didn't realise it at the time. I didn't notice them, tiny things, but they'd scab up overnight and I'd get up the next morning with 3 or 4 burns around this part of my hand from being close to the flame as I'm adjusting, and little bits of, too small to notice, but hot bits of gas or liquid gas, whatever, are coming out and catching my hand. And my friend Damien at the time, he's not here anymore, but he, if you watch those early videos, you'll see a lot of mentions of Damien. Good lad. And Simon. Good lads. And I didn't have anything in my first aid kit for burns. You should have. Be prepared, folks. In your house and if you have like a go bag or something, a bag ready. If you live in Torrevieja, Torrevieja is a city that was once flattened by a fucking earthquake. And I mean flattened, like nothing left. Rebuilt from scratch in the years following. Could happen again. It's been 180 years. You are alive. I reconnected. I think it's been about 180 years since the Torrevieja was flattened by an earthquake. But if you're trusting this bunch and their building regulations, you might feel a big tremor one day and need to just get out of the building quick. You should have a bag somewhere close to the door, maybe one for each member of the family. You just grab and go. That's your go bag with your emergency supplies. If you had to spend 3 days or a week out of your apartment and the city was badly damaged, where are you going? What are you doing? A tent, an air bed or an air mattress or something, bedding, a camp stove, a week's worth of food or something. Everybody should be prepared to some extent. And most people don't give it a second thought. Most of you, if you had a power cut now, would be knackered. Unless you've listened to me and you bought the EcoFlow and some LED lights and whatever else. I'm going to shut up now on that. Let's... either nobody's talking to me or chat has frozen. I think nobody's talking to me. I'm boring you with my prepper talk. But these are lessons that I've kind of learnt from life. How easily a normal everyday person, an educated normal businessman, could become homeless. Business management degree from a top university in the UK could become homeless. 2 or 3 circumstances happen that coincide and you're away, you're home. It could happen to, it could be a natural disaster, it could be a power cut, it could be, I don't know, you could get as extravagant as meteor strikes or asteroid strikes or nuclear war. You got those extreme things. But Karen's off. Good night, Karen. I definitely bored you. But you've got those extreme events, but you've got the boring everyday stuff. Power cuts, storms, floods. This river, Segura, that burst its banks a couple of years ago. 3-4 years ago, whenever that was. And how bad that was for everybody. Lots of boring everyday things that could cause you grief. Illnesses, COVID and similar. I mean, we all went through that. Government crackdowns, whether it's for an actual real illness or not doing politics. But whether governments like the UK go off the rails and start getting draconian, you need to prepare for some of these things. What if they just tell you you can't go to the shops one day? Well, if you had a year's worth of food in the cupboard, you'd be fine. You wouldn't have to rush out and panic when everyone else did. I'm shutting up now on the topic of prepping because I'm losing you. Talk to me, folks. Who's still here? How many of you are regulars? How many of you are new and wondering why is this guy prattling on? I'm not going to do the whole recap. I am a tramp. I live in a field, blah, blah. Hopefully you can see I'm sat outside. I am in a field. My dog is down here somewhere in the dark. Oh, there she is. I can see her. I've got a pan of food waiting for me over there. Although it looks to be mainly a drink style thing, so I think I'm going to put my beer down over there. Been going for 2 hours. I'm on my first, I'm only about a third of the way down my first can of beer, which I think I opened on stream, didn't I? Yeah, lots of things can cause life-changing circumstances, and having some form of backup, some form of preparation. Yeah, yeah. If you have medication, try and talk to your doctor and get an extra month's worth, because if it hits the fan, you can put a shirt in there somewhere if you want, but if it hits the fan, you might lose supplies. You might not have farmers. Supply chains can easily go. We had that during COVID. Certain medications, all of our medications now are produced either in India or China. The ones that aren't produced in India or China are reliant on component chemicals from those countries. So even if it's made in Europe, in the UK, in America or whatever, it's reliant on chemicals that are coming from India and China. If those countries decide that something's happening and they need those chemicals more than you do, we could be without for weeks, maybe months. Have an independent supply of your own, a backup of a month at least. And read up about how you might manage either on reduced medication or with none. So people who take insulin, we're going off into science now, folks. People who are insulin dependent, people with diabetes, are told to switch to brown bread rather than white bread, to switch to apple juice instead of orange juice. Just no. Read up on it. If things go really wrong and you've got no insulin, just don't take in anything that's sugary. Don't take in anything that's carbohydrates. You could eke, if you had 1 month's medicine, you could eke it out to 3 months or more by just not having the wrong foods. Don't listen to the brown bread is better than white bread, because no bread is better than either of those two options. Eat meat. Go carnivore or keto or whatever these fad diets. Keto was invented as not a diabetes, but what's the electrical activity in the brain? Fuck, my wife's got it and I can't remember the name of it. Oh, isn't that bad? Somebody in chat. Oh, Josie's arrived. I saw that you'd sent me an email, Josie, but I was already live. Sorry, I would have responded, but I couldn't. Electrical activity goes wild in the brain. What's that called? Keto sounds promising for quite a few things, yeah. And even the more extreme, no, not motor neuron, just like it's a sporadic, like a grand mal seizure. There's a coverall term for the ones that aren't grand mal but includes grand mal. Fuck. I do this all the time, don't I? Epilepsy. I got there before anybody showed up with it. I don't know if nobody's said it. Epilepsy. I got there first. I win. I was on my way to pick up my my second batch of soup from over there, folks. If you can just give me maybe 30 seconds. I have to make sure I don't step on the dog. She's down there somewhere, but where? Okay, there she is. I do that and that. I got my 2 cups here that are now empty. I just want to grab, before it goes too cold. Oh! Ouch! I pull the trousers out of the crack of my derriere. Oh, this one is a little bit more. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. This might not pour. Maybe it will with a bit of A bit of effort. There is actually. Okay, whoa. It said there was pasta in, and when it was cooking I couldn't see the pasta. But it has got, there's a couple of different types, but it has got pasta twists, or... I'm not a connoisseur, folks, when it comes to names of pasta. Is that fusilli? I think the pasta twists. I think that's fusilli. Now, I'm not sure how I'm going to drink that. I may need my spoon, which I've put over here, just to scrape the... Sorry, if you don't like the noise. Tina gets the pan. Okay. I'll pick that little bit off the table. 10-second rule applies. Oh, I dropped it again. Is it still within 10 seconds? Okay, folks. Oh, here I am, here I am. Did you think I'd left you? Did you think I'd abandoned you? Let me see if I can... No, I can't. Oh, the wind's died down. I can maybe take the sponge off the... I didn't even notice the wind had died. Let's see if we can't do this. And... Hey babe, you're okay. There she is. There she is. It's okay. I know you don't like the bright light. There she is. She gets to finish all the... She gets to eat all her own food. And usually a good third of mine. A little bit less this time. It's just the scrapings of the pan. I think I've put her off. I put her off by turning the light on her. There's my girl. Even though she can't move her back legs. Okay, babe, we'll give you some privacy. Leave you alone for a little while to finish that off. Oh! Just to go back, folks, 2 hours ago, I was trying to cook some, well, 2 lots of soup. I had some cup of soup, and then I had what I thought was going to be a thicker soup. And then when it finished cooking, it didn't look it. But I've just left it on the stove. After the heat turned off, I've just left it sat there for probably an hour and a half. I'm not sure when it finished cooking. But it has thickened up. I don't know whether you better see. There's hardly any liquid, it is just the pasta has kind of absorbed it all. So I'm just trying to pour it into my gullet. I was a little bit inelegant, I do apologise. Hey, I'm a tramp living in a field, what more do you want? Did anybody notice when the wind died? I didn't notice it. It was so violent before, and now it's so calm. I hope it stays that way. Let's have a look whether anyone's talking to me. UK Richie came in with epilepsy. I'm sure I got there before you. That wasn't there when I said it. Okay, folks. If you haven't already, I'd appreciate a thumbs up. We're less than 10 thumbs per hour, so we're not going to hit any records tonight. But let's try and keep some momentum going. I was saying before that was it Wednesday night last week? The stream was split into 2 because YouTube kicked me out and wouldn't let me back in, wouldn't let me continue the stream. I was pushing the button to rejoin and it wouldn't, so in the end I had to click end and then I had to start a new stream. Not everybody found me, but if you added the two lots of likes together, it would have been a record. But some of you were doubling up, some of you were in both streams, so that probably doesn't count. I'm probably going to count 37/38. I'm not going to recap the reason that I've got 2 numbers, we were on 38 at one point, and then somebody must have clicked again to remove their thumbs up just as I was ending the stream. Now I'm not sure if that was an accident and they were intending to click like and just forgot they'd already done it. So we ended the stream on 37, even though I had seen 38 during the stream. So whether I count 37 as the record or 38, I don't know. What do you do? Has anybody got any sciencey topics for me? I did see one topic during the week. I didn't make any notes on it. But AI was used to create, might not be the right word, to design 3 new drugs. What were they for? Oh, I can't remember what they were to treat. They were fairly serious things. But they've got some candidate drugs. It came up with other options. It came up with a lot more potentials or prototype formula. Some of them were difficult to make. Some of them would be too expensive. Some of them were too similar to other patented or patented drugs. And so they thought there'd be legal implications, so they didn't follow those avenues. But they came up with 3 candidates, and it's killing me now that I can't remember what the illnesses were. There was 2. Gonorrhea was one. So this was to create new antibiotics. Gonorrhea was one, and I can't remember the other. If Jack Attack was here, he'd look it up for me. I've got a tablet, I could look it up myself, but I don't think we need the details. The idea, though, that the AI is looking at, I think it boils down to protein folding. So a protein is a really long molecule, and they tend to wind and wrap themselves up, and hold on, antibiotics are for bacteria, aren't they, not viruses. So bacteria are folded and twisted in a certain way and have a certain shape, and you want a drug that will latch on to that shape, and so you need something that folds a certain way, and it's to do with matching the shape of what you're up against, and having a chemical, not sure whether protein was the right word, but it's to do with having a chemical that will match that shape, lock onto it, and deliver a payload. And I just thought, okay, it's great. AI is doing something useful, but it's such an early stage, and so few drugs make it through the testing process. Something like 1% or 2% of drugs that reach this stage, only 1 or 2% make it through to become a real world product. And I just thought that, okay, it's great that we've got AI now as a tool, basically checking every combination of every drug. In theory, they don't know for definite that the drug will be that shape and the molecules will be the right, but the computer models are pretty good from what they can tell. And so they got 3 candidate drugs. One was for gonorrhea, and I can't remember the other disease. I'm gonna remember it like 4 or 5 in the morning. I'll wake up shouting it. But that's good. Now, a few years ago there was a similar thing, and they didn't use AI, they used people. They made a game to do with this one definitely was protein folding, but they made a computer game to get millions of people to fold proteins in game to see what they could come up with, and see if people could get like candidate approaches, candidate drugs. And they found something back then. I don't know whatever happened, whatever became of it. I remember the campaign, I remember it being launched and them asking gamers to all download this and give it a go. And like I said, it was interactive. You didn't just run it on your computer and it worked. You had to use spatial awareness. to try and fold and come up with shapes and see what would fold in the right way to match whatever you were trying to match. But I remember them announcing a breakthrough that they had candidate drugs, proteins, whatever it was. I don't know that that went anywhere though. There's so many of these things. I talked a few weeks ago about so many breakthroughs that get announced as potential way forward, and such a small proportion of them become a thing. It interests me. Emma, it was, you're quite right, UK Richie. It was indeed. MRSA, as we would say in the UK, Mercer, as they would say in America, and probably Spain. They have a habit of just reading, if you can read the letters as a word, the Spanish and the Americans will just do that. The Brits, if it hasn't got like a vowel in the acronym or initialism, or there's another word, isn't there? But yeah, if you haven't got a vowel, we don't tend to pronounce it, but as a word. But so we say MRSA. America and probably Spain, from what I've seen, would read that as a word, like Mercer. So if you're watching House, you'll hear them every week talking about Mercer, and if you didn't know, that's what it is, MRSA. Gotta love Dr. House. You've got to love Dr. House. The number of online arguments I've had with people saying, never argue against House, he's always right. No, he's not. He's wrong 19 times and almost kills the patient, sometimes does kill the patient, before he finds the answer. Watch it again. If you think that House is always right, watch it again. Because he's wrong the whole episode. He's only right in the last 5 minutes. But you got, it was. Thank you. Did you know that? Had you seen the article already, Rich, or did you go off and look it up because I was talking about it? It was indeed. Now you see. Now you've said it. Now I know that it was. I couldn't have got there. I wouldn't have got there. Which cup's still got soup in? Well, pasta. That's actually a lot better than when it initially finished cooking. I couldn't detect any pasta in it. Now that I've left it to settle and just sit in the water for an hour and the pasta's properly swollen. UK Richie had already heard about it. He knew more about it than me while I was prattling on about it. Do your own fucking podcast. Okay. I think, folks, that's my only science that I recall. I've watched a few things, but recalling them, remembering them, without making notes. That's my only science topic for the week. Which is a pretty bad performance. I was going to say something else there, but I'll keep it mainly PG, although I failed earlier. But yeah, that was my only that's a pretty bad performance. I know that I've read more, because there was things about they found a black hole that was as large as, I think I talked previously. There's like two groups of black holes. We got black holes that go from 3 or 4 times Earth mass, the sun's mass, up to like about 1,000 times. And the theory is that they keep growing and growing and growing, and then they become these other ones, these supermassive. And yet we've got nothing. We've got the supermassive ones, and we got nothing in between. There isn't a progression. There's not a whole stream of these ones that are on the way to growing and becoming those bigger ones. There's two distinct groups. And I think they found one at the top end of the smaller group, or maybe just beyond what they thought was the maximum of the smaller group. But we're still missing. I think they must be wrong. They must be wrong. Those supermassive black holes mustn't be these same ones that carry on growing. Otherwise there'd be a shrinking number of them, but you'd have some that were in the gap. They must be formed by a different process. There must be. There's this huge gap. I can't remember the numbers. They start at about 3 times the sun's magnitude, or the sun's magnitude is not the right word because that's brightness with a star. 3 times the sun's mass, and they go up to something like 100 times, or maybe it's 1,000. And then there's this other bunch that are way, way off, like millions of times bigger, and there's nothing in between. And the idea that those really big ones must be these little ones that carried on growing, it just can't be right. Otherwise there'd be this whole bunch in the middle, and there isn't. They must be formed by a different process. Or maybe they're just not black holes at all. Who knows? I'm not an astrophysicist, but I do like to watch astrophysicists talk about this stuff, and about like the crisis in cosmology which they're going through, and whether the standard model is broken or not, and whether theories like string theory can ever actually lead anywhere, or are they just a red herring. They're untestable, unprovable piffle that people just say, and that will always just be untestable. So what's the point of them? So all of that stuff, I'm fascinated by all of that as well. But I am but a tramp in a field who's got a runny nose, a little bit snotty. I don't know why. Middle of summer. Apologies for just gumming my food to death, but I haven't got any teeth. That's a whole other story. It's been told once or twice, but sometimes it fascinates some people. I don't think that was in TrampCast 001, but it definitely has been covered a couple of times. I must have poured that one first. It's got more of the liquid. What did I just say? Can't take me anywhere, folks. Can't take me anywhere. Is anybody talking to me yet? Nobody's talking to me. Well, if nobody talks to me, we'll have to draw it to a close soon, I figure. If I haven't got anything to talk about, and you haven't got anything to ask me, and no topics to propose, we go anywhere, folks. Where do you want to go? We can go particle physics. We could go astronomy. Cosmology, I guess, is just a bigger version of astronomy. What else am I into? Computers and tech. What's been rumbling on in tech this week? Lewis Rossman, I've talked about a few times. He's still my logo at the minute, my avatar, Clippy, is for a reason. I explained it last week. I can say it again quickly. But so many companies now want to sell you a product and then retract things from it, and then tell you that there was a car. Have you heard this one? Fuck. Okay. So you bought a nice electric car, a nice EV car, electric vehicle, and you're told the battery capacity is this much and it can store that amount and that will take you so many miles. And the same car that you've already bought, if you pay a subscription, so it doesn't have to go back to the garage and have a bigger battery fitted or anything, if you pay a subscription, we'll unlock a feature and it will go 25% further. Your car that you own and that you bought, we deliberately disabled, or what's a better word than disabled? Hindered. We deliberately made it worse so that if you pay a monthly fee, we can undo it and give you back the capacity that we stole from you. What the absolute fuck? If that's my car, if I bought that and you're just flicking a switch in software, then if I can find a programmer to flick that switch, fuck you. Imagine that you've owned a car for a year and then you find out that the manufacturer deliberately encumbered, is that a word? That's a word. But they deliberately restricted, they deliberately limited its performance. And now they're going to sell you back that performance that they stole from you in exchange for a monthly fee. I thought when Mercedes wanted to rent you your heated seats, your car has heated seats, but they disable it unless you pay a monthly fee. I thought when they did that, I think it was Mercedes, it could have been the other one. But now, yeah, now they've, fish and chips is no option, said Josie. I would love fish and chips, especially on Fridays, but it wasn't an option today. But yeah, no, disabling, restricting the performance of a car that someone buys and then trying to unrestrict it in exchange for a monthly fee. Fuck off, that's my car. This was Volkswagen, however you want to pronounce it. Could I call it Hitler's little car company? I could, if I was being deliberately facetious. The people's car, the people's wagon, the Volkswagen. You would think they'd want to avoid scandal after what they did with the emissions testing a few years ago. I'm guessing that's about 6 or 7 years ago, when they were rigging the emissions tests, detecting that the car was under test and changing the performance during test versus at the performance while it's actually in normal use. You'd think after that particular scandal that they'd want to keep their nose clean for a little bit. So Lewis Rossman is off on one about, you bought it, it's yours. If you can find a way to flick that switch, whether it's electrical, you know, whether you move a wire from A to B or whether it's software. He's launching a bounty, I think, to bypass it. It's your car, you do what you want with it, and if you can find a way to make it access that extra 25% capacity, then go for it. Oh, now that the wind's dropped, do you think I can stand the tennis racket of death back up again? Oh, it's fizzing when I did it. That's a good sign. See if I can... It was... Sorry folks, sorry for the close-up of my face. I can see moths and flies all around me, and I had to turn the tennis racket of death over. Yeah, look at that, straight away. Look at that, we got one. And there's two more flittering around it. Oh, that's like... Whoa, it came at me. 50,000 volts and it fell. Why did it fall towards me? What's it doing that for? Other than cussedness, it wants to be awkward. There's the breeze just suddenly picked up a little bit, and I can't quite tell. I think it was coming from dead ahead, so it would have been blowing the tennis racket towards me. It would pick that moment, wouldn't it? I turn it on, and then it decides, oh yeah, now the wind's coming from behind me. When there's a breeze, it's all around. If you weren't here at the beginning, folks, it was really quite blustery. It was quite windy, and because of the two hills, the wind can come around the hills and kind of hit you from all sides at once. It's really quite spectacular when it does it. There's a house over there with flags, there's a business over there with flags, and there used to be another one over there with flags, and I used to have them all pointing in different directions. It's even more fun when you can point the camera up at the sky and there's two different lots of clouds, low cloud and high cloud, going in different directions at the same time. So down here on the ground, I've got the wind coming from 3 directions, and up there in the air, it's coming in 2 different directions at 2 different altitudes. It's quite spooky some days watching the clouds. Just watching the clouds, watching them move, watching their progression. You're still having another go at that? She's back at the pan that had the soup. I don't think I finished it yet, did I? Not quite finished. I might need either the spoon. Use the spoon just to loosen it. At least I've had some food now today. Most days this last week I bypassed that particular biological need. I think I was eating roughly 1 day in 3. And then I ran out of lentils, or I don't know if I've actually run out or I'm really close. I think I did actually run out. I picked this up before. I think I've got pasta and I think I've got mashed potato here. I think the lentils all gone. But I was just doing a cup of soup in a pan, so more water than it should be. Lentils. Let the lentils cook for 10 or 15 minutes. Put the pasta in, let those cook for 10 or 15 minutes. Turn the heat off, let it just sit in the heat. And it's just a lentil-y, pasta-y, soup mixture. If it's a little bit thin, add some of the mashed potato just to thicken it slightly. Very basic, very bog standard, it's nice, it's filling, it's warm. And it's 1 day in 3 because it's Tesla is even worse, says Josie. Yeah. How long has he been promising full self-driving? When he first started selling those cars, full self-driving was 2 years away. Some people have had those cars 10 or 15 years, I think, and the full self-driving still isn't here. Elon has a very bad habit of over-promising and under-delivering. There's another one just landed in the tennis racket of death. I'd point the camera at it, but it'll be gone. Wow, it was on fire and it fell off the racket onto a wooden table. Okay, no, it didn't. It fell within the racket. Let me... Oh, it would. There we go. It would stop just as I pointed it there, wouldn't it? I think you caught the final. You caught the final bang. It was stuck higher up and then it dropped. I thought it dropped onto the table, but oh, there's a moth. Okay. the lamp, well, both the lamp and the blue light on the tennis racket of death are attracting the moths a little bit. But I've had horrendous problems this last week or so with flies and mosquitoes, certain times of day. And it seemed to be, so I have a habit of closing the doors up somewhere around 6 o'clock, maybe while 8, a little bit closer to dusk, so 8:30 maybe. And then I'll start opening the doors up a little bit to let the air in, because it gets too warm with the doors closed. But that was keeping the flies out. But the last week or two they've started coming earlier. And some days I've not got the doors closed quickly enough. And even mid-afternoon, I don't know, in the past I've had like some fruit or something go bad that I didn't know about, like in a bag or something. And you end up with a little swarm of them around that particular bag. Got nothing that I can detect, but I just had extra flies. And earlier, like mid-afternoon, 2-3 o'clock onwards. Just the annoying ones. The ones that land on your leg and you go to get them and they fly off, and 3 seconds later they land on like the same spot or the other side of your knee. They just come back and back and back. Really annoying little buggers. Yeah, what do you do with those? I don't know what you do with those. I've got some fly spray. I've got the tennis racket of death I tend to turn off through the day. It doesn't attract them. The blue light only works at night. Through the day, maybe it'll get 2 all day long, and I think that's a waste of the power. So I'll turn it off. It has a battery built in. It can be used standalone. I tend to use it just plugged in. But through the day I'll leave it turned off and plugged in, so it's got the battery fully charged. If ever I need it hands-free, you know, not hands-free, but wireless. If I need it away from the plug, it'll be powered as and when I need it. But there you go, folks. There's his life. Tesla's even worse, says Josie. I still think that Elon. This is controversial. I still think that within 3 years Elon Musk could go bankrupt. He could go from the world's richest, because he's the richest man on paper. Because Tesla's valuation is way overweight. For the number of cars they sell, way overpriced. Most valuable car company in the world. And they sell like 2% of what Ford or whoever sell. The number of cars they announce and get down payments for, get deposits, and then the car either never arrives or is 5 years late. Look at the Cybertruck fiasco. Those things are not even legal in Europe. Too many sharp corners, and a lack of crumple zones, and Tom Stone says, I think the real money moves in discreet silence. You could be right. You could be right. The showy ones, the Jeff Bezoses and the other ones, like Elon, the one and Bill Gates, the big ones that you see and can name, probably aren't where the real money is. It's the, what do they call? Is it Blackstone and there's another one. There's 2 or 3 of those large companies that invest in things. Figureheads, yeah. I don't know the first one that I'm assuming there's a typo or something there. Carlos Slim, I don't know. Carlos, see whether I can. No, I don't know that one. But yeah, there's the ups and downs because their valuation is paper. It's based on the companies, and if the company goes bust suddenly, overextends, or a scandal comes out, or Elon gets involved in politics, everybody hates him and starts setting fire to his cars, The company loses value, and there goes half of their paper fortune. And worse than that, they leverage one company. So the fact that he owned Tesla was leveraged to buy Twitter, and partially to fund SpaceX at some point when SpaceX was on the brink of bankruptcy. He was down to, like, he'd had three failed rocket launches, and if they'd carried on, if they'd had one more failed launch, the company could have gone bust. He was that close, but they had a successful launch and survived it. The families with old money are on those lists. Yeah, you've still got, I can't name them, but some of the American robber baron billionaires, Carnegie and I can't think. I haven't. It's not my field. The American old money families, but they're not that old money. But the robber barons from kind of 100 years ago, oil and banks. Yeah. Then there was that family, wasn't there? That was their money came from pharmaceuticals, and then there were big scandals about how they'd sold the pharmaceuticals and paid doctors to push the pharmaceuticals and injured patients because these specific, I think they were brain chemistry altering ones. I can't remember the. What's it? There's a something inhibitor. I can't remember the. But they were behind these things that you took them to help with depression, and when you stopped taking them, they left you even more depressed and you topped yourself. I don't know why I'm laughing. I do apologise. I'm laughing at the ridiculousness of it, the almost the irony, but that's not quite the right word. But they knew that this was happening, and they knew it right from the time they made it and first tested it, but they covered up the test results because because that would have stopped the product from selling. It wouldn't have passed the regulators. Can't remember. I don't remember the name of the family, but they were all over arts and culture. They were sponsoring colleges and universities, and handing out $1 billion here and 100 million there for wings and hospitals and fucking whatever. And I can't remember the name of these something. There's 4 letters, and one of the letters is I because it's an inhibitor, and it's to do with brain chemistry. You inhibit a certain type of chemical, and that makes you feel better until you stop taking the drug, and then you crash and either die instantaneously or get really depressed and top yourself a week later. I don't know. If Jack Attack was here, he'd have found that for me. Yeah, the people who have a lot of money, they do a lot of things just for status, but they're not too bothering whether it's a good product or whether it's a good value for. It's just about accruing more and more money. Like I said, the big rubber oil barons and the banks in the teens and 1920s, up to 29 when the stock market went kaput. I don't know. I'm a little out of my depth. It's not all my topic, but all drugs make you worse if you stop, legal or illegal. I guess it's a question of how much they make you worse, isn't it? If they've improved you this much and then they drop you kind of 10% down when you stop, that's okay. But if they're taking you from here up to there and then you stop and they drop you and you hit the floor, like with deadly consequences, that's a 10% improvement while you're taking it and a 50% decrease when you stop. Not great. Tina, quiet, darling. Yeah, there's people there, but it's okay. I don't know why they've stopped over there, but that's up to them. They're just chatting. It's okay. They're allowed to be there. Okay, folks. Anybody got any other topics? I don't know. I don't remember the path we came down to get to drugs, and we came via Elon, Tesla, money, robber barons. Yeah. We did it again. We did it again. Quiet, quiet, darling. Leave the people alone. The people are okay. I'll wave, but they probably won't see me in the dark. No. Probably not. Have I told you about the Russian guy? I don't think I have. I wrote it up in my notes, ready for it. It won't be the next couple of TrampCasts. I think I'm 3 behind again, am I? Or am I only 2 behind? No, I think I'm 3. I need to get 2 done this week, so on Sunday we can talk about this week. So watch out for that. If I'm in the right frame of mind, and if the weather's not too stiflingly hot, we might get a couple of afternoon proper real TrampCasts in during this week. Maybe Wednesday and Friday? I don't know. And then on Sunday we can talk about the week that we're in. But the Russian guy who's been, if you were watching some of the TrampCasts, he came and made coffee while I was broadcasting. And using my gas, using my water, using my everything. Hasn't been by this week. Disappeared for 3 or 4 days, 5 days. And then, I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before. Probably the day before. I was walking Tina in the morning and I turned around and he's here in the camp. But he wasn't making his coffee. He was just here looking around the camp. And then I think he realised that it was me in the distance with Tina, with my dog. And suddenly he walked out of the camp again. And he came over kind of staggering a little bit and looked like he was wearing pyjamas. Looked like he had something like a name tag on his chest. It was like a white patch. And despite the fact that he's met Tina multiple times, talked with her, brought her treats, given her hot dog sausages and things, he got a name wrong. I just thought maybe he was on something. Maybe he's been away, some kind of psychiatric, or maybe he's just off on the herb. I don't know. But something wasn't right with him. And so for over a week now, he hasn't made coffee here once. Which is my preference. But his coffee pot's still here, his stovetop espresso. I think it's espresso, isn't it? Water goes in the bottom, comes up through a funnel with the coffee grounds, percolates up to the top and out and into a receptacle at the top. I think that's the one. I think that's espresso. I'm not a coffee connoisseur. If I order a coffee, I literally say white coffee, please. Or coffee, white and a sugar. Coffee white and 1. Here it's coffee con leche, which is almost the same thing, except it is a oh, I've lost the term. In posh coffee, that's not a macchiato, is it? No, gone. I'm gonna ask Cafe con leche, that's it. They also have one that's a, is it a square? What's the Spanish for square? Or rectangle? I think square. I can't remember, it's that long since I've been out and about and ordered coffees anywhere. I can't remember. Quadrado. Quadrado would be a square or a rectangle, wouldn't it? Quadrado. That's the name of a coffee. I can't remember why. I think you make an espresso and then you just pour more milk in or something, or you just top it up. I don't know. What the fuck do I know? I had a pod coffee maker in the office way back. So I remember the term macchiato, but I don't remember what it is. Is that a chocolatey one? Not my subject, folks. Okay, we're coming up on 3 hours, and chat's rather quiet. So I think we're going to call it quits on the 3-hour mark, folks. My clock here reads 2 hours 55 and 24. So 2 hours 55 and a half. Fuck off. Stop falling on me, you bastard. Why is that doing that? It's unstable. Oh, it's on top of one of the wires. So it's unstable to begin with, and then the wind's catching it. So it's my fault. Then I put the cup up against it. Okay, I didn't mean to swear. I'm a sweary kind of person. Right. Look, I get to the bottom and it jumps back. Okay, there's just Tom there. What we got? Famous Spanish square is the tercio, but that's a late medieval military formation. Quadrado sounds right. For coffee, I think quadrado. Tercio. That sounds like a triangle. Like tertiary. Don't know. Yeah, military formations. You have the line. The line is that you have the column, and you have the square. Those are the 3 historic military formations. And then it wasn't Alfred the Great, was it? Somebody else came up with some extensions. Oh, and you had the South Africans did the pincer movement with the bull's horns. Go up like a line, go up to someone, drop back in the middle, and leave the horns to wrap around and form a kill zone with the pincer movement. Not that I'm a military historian or anything. Fairly sure it was the boa and the Frank arrives. I'm talking about wrapping it up in 2 minutes, mate. 2.5 minutes. If I do, we can talk later on. What are we Messenger or are we WhatsApp? Whatever we use, we can do that. Itchy nose. If people arrive and start chatting and give me topics, I'll certainly consider going on longer. Did I ever finish this soup? I did not. It is actually more just a cup of pasta. There's another half mouthful there. Frank, I don't have access to Messenger. Could set up a WhatsApp. What happened? You had Messenger. I'm sure we've talked on Messenger already, haven't we? That was how we communicated. Did you forget your password or something? Oh, that wasn't a good combination. Warm beer so closely after the pasta. I should have left longer in between. But also, warm beer. Let me check what temperature still and what time of night it is. It is that just before 1 o'clock? No, that might be 35. The tablet, where's my tablet? There it is. What time I don't remember what time. I started this at 9:30, did I? Yeah, so it's 12:35. And the temperature is stupid hot still. "28" feels like 33. just because of the humidity. At least the wind's died down. Okay, it's going to be 6 degrees cooler. No. Yeah. 32 instead of 30, instead of 38. Well, that's not what it said earlier, but I'll take it. It's been 38, feels like 43 and 44 today. And tomorrow's going to be 32. It'll feel like more, but I'll take a 6 degree drop in temperature where I can get it. And today was cloudy, certainly at times, and first thing this morning, I thought we weren't going to get any solar power at one point, that 10 o'clock and we'd not made a start on gathering power. But work phone was given up and lost all passwords and information. Shit. Just because you changed jobs. You're still with the same company and everything, aren't you? Or has something happened? And you might not want to talk about it online, I don't know. Okay, tercio is Spanish for a third. You see, I thought it sounded like tertiary and what have you. Refers to a military unit composed of pikemen, arquebusiers, and early firearm. But a third. There must be 3 types of weapon, maybe, or 3. Okay. Alright, she's jumping on me. Let me see whether I can. Well, I haven't been able to stabilise chat for the last week or 2. I wonder if I used. Oh no. To access chat on the tablet, I'd have to have the video open twice, wouldn't I? Once going out, once coming in. I had connectivity issues earlier. I had to restart both the phone and the tablet because I was getting the spinning wheel of death, and I was accessing video at 144p, not 1440. You are live. Apparently I'm live. Hope I wasn't gone for long. I was just saying that I was accessing video earlier at 144p, which is what I always access, unless there's some writing on screen that's too small and I need to just make it clearer. If it's small and blurry, I'll go up to 320p, but 144p is fine for most of my viewing, even on the tablet. And I was just getting the spinning pizza wheel of death, so I had to restart everything. And it turns out there was an update waiting on the. Was it on the phone or the tablet? I think the tablet got some kind of update, not individual apps like the operating system. The phone hasn't popped anything up about it. Don't know what's happening there. But yeah, when I'm watching things on such a low resolution and hitting buffering and what have you, buffering issues, it makes me think that trying to do these live streams at, I think this phone puts them out at 720p, and I think the tablet puts them out at 1080. I'm not 100% sure because I don't do the stats for nerds. I don't. I need Jack Attack to tell me. But, and he's not here. Change position, phone wasn't required where you're working now. Nowadays, I got stung by this myself when my phone broke and I switched phones. I lost half of all of my settings. Some things had gone to the cloud and been stored and others not. Now I use the built-in Google password manager on devices, and you can press a button and export it as a CSV file, which you can move to another device and then import, and your passwords are just there then. Be careful where you leave the CSV file laying around. Either import it and delete it, or import it and save it for a rainy day on a pen drive somewhere. But Don't leave it called passwords.csv or something, because that would be asking for trouble. But yeah, I now like to make sure that I've got a manual backup, basically a text file. CSV stands for comma separated value for anyone who's not a computer techie. It's just all the different parameters, username, password, email, whatever it might be for any one name of website. Those are all just separated by commas on a line. Each line is one record, is what is the details for one website. I like to I view that as like a manual backup now, because I got stung. WhatsApp, somehow I only brought half my WhatsApp contacts over. I don't know why that would be. It's either backing them up or it's not. Why would I log into the same Google account and only have half my WhatsApp details? Josie's back, or she's saying that I'm back after being disconnected, not sure. I guess Josie might have been away. Oh God, where are we now? Sent you an email. Okay. I'll need a second. I can't do it while I'm in here, but yeah, afterwards. I gotta get a handle on this scrolling issue. Maybe if I broadcast from the tablet it won't jump around like this. I don't remember last time whether it did or not. Oh, okay, you're making food for Peter, okay. For hubby. Every new phone seems to have new settings, yeah. This backing up to the cloud and signing in with the same account and everything's just supposed to come down and be available. When I told it to download all the apps that I already had, it said here's 10 and installed 10. I had to go in and kind of manually, it still gave me a list of all the apps that were also on the phone, but I had to manually check boxes to, it gave me 10 that it kind of prioritized. And I'm like, I thought I'd just clicked a button say install all. Why have you stopped after 10 and now I have to start fucking clicking? And obviously you end up with the one thing that's not available. Either it doesn't exist anymore in the App Store, or it's not available on your device, or you've switched and now you're on a Samsung device and Samsung doesn't play nice with that particular app. Always something. I guess I didn't finish on the 3-hour mark, folks. Voice is starting to get a little bit raspy. I'll try and keep going. We'll see how we go. I am not enjoying that beer. I might have to switch. I have a backup plan for just such an emergency. I have wine and cola. Red wine and cheap supermarket cola. Cheap supermarket red wine and cheap supermarket... I'm assuming cheap supermarket cola. Don't tell Karen I said that. I don't know where it is either. Here it is. Yeah, it must be cheap, folks. Can you see this? It's a tear the spout Tetra Pak. Most of the wines, low power, look. I had to unplug earlier so I could put the sponge over the side to suppress the wind, which is the right cable. Not that one. That one. That one. That's the right cable, I believe. Does that mean I'm down to 5% or 15%? That's no good. Let me have a look. Oh, I'm going to say that's 5. Fuck, we were close, folks. If it didn't dim the screen and tell me... Yeah, 4% it says now. After I plug in the wire, we're down to 4%. I don't know why it does that. Most devices, you plug the wire in and they'll add an extra % just to make sure it doesn't turn off accidentally. If you're on 1% and now you're plugged in, you don't want it to turn off when there's a good power source there. So they'll add a percent or two to the number. This one goes down by 1 when you plug in. And doesn't always draw much power. Yeah. I'm drawing 10 watts from the EcoFlow. 2 watts will be to the lamp over here. Oh, another 2 might be to the tennis racket of death. The phone might only be drawing 6 watts. Let me unplug that. Okay, 7. It dropped to 3 from 10. I'm going to twist the cable around and wait 10 seconds. Plug it in reverse because it's USB-C. No, the same. It's gone from 3 to 10. It's only drawing 7 watts. The tablet will always draw 14 watts. Always. The phone, not so much. I'm wondering if I'm missing a trick. I've updated the operating system. I'm wondering if there's some kind of firmware update or something that you can do with a Samsung phone. I'll have a look. I'll have to look that up later. It's... Here I am, folks, tramping a field. For anyone who doesn't know, Samsung Z Flip 4. Look it up, not cheap. And a Samsung Galaxy Tab A9 for the tablet. Basically, I'm sitting on, I'm not sure of the numbers because of the age of the devices. I'm sitting on over $1,000's worth of tech just on this table right now while I'm a tramp in a field. Thanks to my friend Karen having these things laying around. This phone folds, and when you fold it, it turns off and won't come back on. So she complained to the company that gave it to, that, you know, that it was part of her contract. So I think she got a new phone, and this was destined to become like a backup in her business. It was just going to be a backup phone in the office, I think. I can't say too much. The tablet, she had 2 of, because of how many devices she has on contract with the mobile company, with the internet company or whatever. And it was in a box in a drawer, not being used. And unbelievably, she says, here, you're a tramp, you can make use of these, you're techie, your need is greater, have these. Absolutely amazing, folks. People's generosity in general, but I gotta say Karen's in particular is just standout. Now, I went off on one there. I was in the middle of showing you the normal Tetra Paks, good, not even good, the €1 wine that I get from Mercadona has a spout and a lid, you know, unscrews. These tear them and have to use them kind of things. I don't know. I'm assuming it's not the expensive stuff. So, because I'm not enjoying my beer, and I'm at the end of this can almost, it's possible my taste was affected by the soup, by the the soup and pasta. I'm not sure. I can't see the bin. Take a guess, I missed. I'll get that in the morning, maybe. Tomorrow, definitely. Cola. Half a red wine, half a glass of red wine. That's over the top. Normally it would be a third a glass of red wine. I've got that much cola left in this bottle. So, folks, to those of you that have hit the thumbs up button, I'll give you a minute. If you haven't hit the thumbs up button and you want me to toast you, then now's your. I'll give you 10 or 20 seconds to get on with that and hit that thumbs up button. I'll just take a little sip now before I do the cheers thing. Nobody? Okay. Then I will say cheers to those of you that already have. Thank you, folks. It's much appreciated. Cheers to those that hit the thumbs up, to the subscribers, to the regulars, to those of you that participate in chat. Well, we did get, look at that, we got a couple. Okay, thank you, folks. Much appreciated. Cheers. If you've never tried it, folks, cheapo red wine, supermarket red wine, and supermarket cola makes a lovely drink. You can go like a third wine and fill it with cola, or you can go half and half. Go as high as you like. But I've also done, so I did mulled wine one Christmas. Did I do it this last Christmas? I don't think I did it this last Christmas, did I? I might have done one batch. I didn't have all of the, like the star anise and all, I don't, you know, but I got some cinnamon and some nutmeg and I don't know, whatever else you might put, a bit of ginger maybe. Can't remember. But I've also taken this, the wine and cola, and mulled it in the same way, heated it up with the spices. I've done that before now. And I suspect those of you that have got kids or grandkids, you could just mull cola. Put cola in a pan, heat it up, add the spices, the cinnamon, the nutmeg, the maybe ginger's one. I can't remember what all the spices are, but I could only use what I'd got, obviously. I'm a tramp in a field. We do that with the cola and take a ladle and ladle it out and give them a hot drink on a winter's night at Christmas. Mulled cola. It's lovely. Really is. A couple of years ago, I don't think it was last year, it might have been the year before, my tent literally hit 50 degrees, and I've got that on video, I got a clock with a built-in digital thermometer. My tent hit 50 degrees inside. My bottles of cola, I'd at least one bottle of cola, maybe two, were positively hot. Almost too hot to drink. I've got a suspicion, because I caught this temperature when I came back from being out for the afternoon. So this was like early evening and still 50 degrees inside. I have a suspicion it had been a little bit warmer inside the tent during the day. I'd closed the tent up because I was worried about thieves, because we were going out. She's back obviously when Tina could walk, when Tina, my doggy, could actually get out and about with me. So I was worried about thievery, and I shouldn't be. Until very, very recently, I've never had a problem with it, except for the police, as we've mentioned. I had that one incident when the guy the other side of the field left and one of my bags disappeared. Coincidence? I don't know. I suspect not. The only time I've had anything stolen was when the guy the other side of the field left and didn't say goodbye. I don't like to cast nasturtiums because I haven't got any flowers to throw around, or aspersions. But sorry, silly joke again. Playing with words. Where was I? Yeah, I was worried about thievery, and I'd closed the tent up and been out for the day, sat on the cliff tops about 500 metres that way with Tina, and when I came back it was 50, but it could well have been quite a bit warmer earlier, and the cola bottles were the cola was almost too hot to drink at 60. Well, I'm guessing it was quite a bit warmer than the 50 that the tent had fallen to in the interim. Yeah, no, that was an adventure. Hot cola. It's not nasty. But to heat it up deliberately with spices, to have like mulled cola or mulled wine and cola, mulled wine and mulled cola, that was a nice Christmas thing. Oh, Tom said skull. I know you've got the O above the A. I'm gonna guess. I don't know. I think Norwegian when I hear that, or read that. Proust. Yeah, Proust, Prost. I don't know. Different countries, different pronunciations. Oh, did Terence head off? I missed it. Oh, sorry. Have a good week. All out. Cheers, Terence, and thank you for the donation. If you see this or hear this, that was at 12:47. So that's. Oh God, I'm about 10 minutes late. Sorry, folks. I follow a tramp in Torrevieja. That's all. Oi. Fortified wine mixed with brandy. Okay, Josie or Peter maybe 3D printed a 25 centimeter high clippy. Excellent. Yeah, and when I'm offered the option as to do you want to save this contact here or there, it's not just whether it goes to Google or the SIM. I've got Samsung getting in on the fucking parties, and I can never remember what I picked last time. So I could be splitting things 3 ways. Save some to the SIM, some to Samsung, some to Google. I might have the Microsoft Authenticator or whatever. Shit can get. I ended up with so many different places trying to save so many different. I used to use LastPass, which is another one of those password, not just password saving. It started as a password saving thing, but then it wanted to save your bank cards and this and that and. Google's probably had 3 different services offering to save these things. I've got the cops going past. Hold on. Let me just make sure they keep going. They do slow down when they get to the top of my road here. And I've got this, you see my, I missed, I was too slow. I wanted to turn the camera around so that you could see the blue tennis racket of death and the blue light on top of the cop car. I said the other day, they don't drive around with their lights turned off. They'll flash when there's an emergency, but when they're just driving around at night, the blue lights are just on, fixed on. So you see them. I reached for my phone to try and catch the tennis racket of death, which looks like that with the blue light, and I wanted to see the blue light of the cop car. Oh, I clicked. Well, I don't know. I clicked something on screen and it took me out of the app. So it Tom B. You're Thomas Eriksson. Oh yeah, you're that Tom. You are Norwegian Tom. Was that another cop car? That was another cop car going the other way. Am I being buzzed? You don't often see this many cop cars. I'm sat in a field at, what is it, 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm sat in a field at 1 o'clock in the morning with a blue light. I've got police cars going past with blue lights, and they slow down here. Maybe I'm just paranoid, but just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get me. Bastards. I've lost track of how many times I've been arrested now. Is it 3 convictions? I think it's 3 convictions. One of them was from way before. That was something and nothing. That was when the dog tried to bite me and I shouted at the owner. Somehow I was the one that got done. Never understand that. What was next? Oh, the owner of the dog alleged that I broke his gate, and he got a quote from someone for a couple of £100 to fix his gate, a couple of €100 to fix his gate, thus proving there was damage done. Criminal bastard that he was. That was from before times. That was from before I was homeless. Then we had the major incident where my dog was trapped inside a bar. They threw me out but not the dog. And then the police came and beat me up and said that I bruised his chest by punching him through his bulletproof vest. And then we had the time here where they arrested me for not having papers because the man from the welfare came to help me. Thank you, Mr. Man from the welfare. Oscar, the elected official over the Vienna Star. And his friend, Eduardo Delon, the mayor. I shall remember. Arrested for not producing ID in private, not in public. When you're homeless, folks, you can't help but have interactions with the police. It's just part of the course. How those interactions go, whether you meet the nice cop who just smiles and let it go, or whether you meet the bastard who wants to just make a thing of it, it's a coin toss. It's becoming less and less of a coin toss. It's becoming more 60 or 70-30. 60-40 or 70-30 in favour of them being a bastard. I think the police, I honestly think it's a worldwide thing. I'm not going to go off on one about the police again. I'm not going to do that. I've done that before. I get angry. I start shouting and swearing and making threats. Not physical threats, voting threats, but does anybody else think that the police are on a downward spiral all around the world? In Britain, it used to be you had to be 6 foot tall, and you had to be, and they would strongly favour ex-military, because ex-military have a calmness in a situation. They're not just looking to escalate at the smallest thing. They're not perturbed by some kid mouthing off at them or some man who swears at them. It's all in a day's work. Nowadays there's so much ego. You see so many of these videos on YouTube, and I'm so thankful for these. They call them auditors, but they're basically just guys who walk around with a camera, and the police will walk up to them and say, "Hey, you, what are you doing? Why are you doing that?" And these guys will just say, "That's none of your business. I don't walk around with a camera. What are you talking about?" "Oh, but you're outside a bank. You're outside a jeweller's. You're outside a police station. You're outside an airport. You're out..." And they're like, "Is it a public space or is it not?" "Yes, it's public." "Then I can have a camera and take pictures." "But you don't have permission to take his picture or her picture." I don't need... They're walking around with body cams taking everyone's picture all the fucking time, with CCTV taking everybody's picture all the time. They didn't ask for permission. They don't have separate laws giving them the right to do that. The laws that say that I can take a picture or a video are the same laws that allow them to take a picture or a video. And these guys, they call themselves auditors. It's an American thing because of the First Amendment. Basically, they're walking around checking how the police behave. They're auditing the police, seeing if the police will take the bait and get out of hand and be irresponsible and be over the top. Some people will say that they're baiting the police. I would say, hey, if someone's putting the bait in front of you and you fucking bite when you know that you shouldn't, what fooled you? You know you're on video. You know someone's dangling bait in front of you on camera, and you rise to it anyway. That's on you, mate. And so many of them are showing themselves up to either not know the law, not care about the law, to make laws up on the fly that don't exist, or to just arrest you because arresting you is gonna give you grief. They know the charges aren't going to stick because there is no law, but they're going to arrest you, take you down the police station, keep you overnight or over the weekend, depending on what country you're in. I've gone off on one again, haven't I? I said I wasn't going to go off on one about the police, but I have. But these auditors online, they're showing the police up for what they are. There's so much ego. And the question is, has it always been that way and we just didn't have cameras? Or has the standards in policing dropped? And certainly from like the 70s and the 80s, I think the standard of policing has dropped. We got a bunch of people in there, certainly in the UK, certainly in America, certainly in Spain. Now, I don't know that the standards have dropped in Spain, but we've got a bunch of people there who are all about ego and who all are looking for a fight and want it to become a fight and try and cause it to become a fight. I don't know whether Spain's... You could argue maybe that because Franco and what... You could maybe argue that it's been that way in Spain since 40s. I don't know. It's certainly bad now. I can't say whether it's got worse. The UK, in my opinion, in my experience, has got worse since the 70s and 80s to now. Like I said, we used to have standards for who could get in. You couldn't get in if the men had to be at least 6 foot tall. That was a given thing. You imagine 6 foot tall and an ex-soldier. He's not going to get all aggro if some kid gives him the finger, or in Britain you used to stick 2 fingers up. That was the insult. We've become very American now. It's all about the middle finger, the bird, as they say, giving it the bird. In Britain, it used to be 2 fingers. Goes back to Agincourt, drawing your bow and firing arrows. If the French caught the British, they would chop off these 2 fingers so they couldn't draw a bow. And so to taunt the French, you would give it that. And this stuck as a tradition in Britain until the 70s or 80s. It's now almost lost. Kids nowadays wouldn't know that that was an insult. We should bring that back. It's a very British thing. In my humble opinion, if you're going to have... What are we... I've said it before. I say it here on the channel. When I show Tina and I say it's a tradition of the channel, what are we without our traditions? It's the same for a country. I honestly believe traditions are kind of what bind a community. The shared knowledge. We all know that we all knew that that was an insult. It also kind of used to mean up your bum. And when Churchill started in the war with his V for Victory, he initially got it. He did it like as a closed finger like that, and that's more proctological. But he changed to V for Victory. My hands are black. I don't know if you see that, yeah? I don't know what that is. What did I do? This one's not. I don't think that. Oh, a little bit. What did I... Oh, I know what I did. Getting out of the tent on that side, Tina tore the zip from the door. and I tried fixing it back and she tore it again. So I've just pinned it up, I've taped it up. But that means I have to get down under the arch to get out of the tent. I have to almost get on all fours to get out of the tent if I come out of her side with her. Which I did, obviously, to bring her out here. These silly things, folks, these silly things when you're tramping a tent. How long have I had the tent? Does anybody recall? Does anybody know whether it's 4 months yet? We took our first serious damage a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if I've mentioned that in the proper TrampCast yet. I might have mentioned it in the last one. That Tina, I woke up in the middle of the night to hear tearing. And what she's done, somehow she's got a foot, she's punched a hole under the zip, in the bottom 6 inches of the tent. And then she's tried to climb out through the door that was open. But she's dragged with a foot still through the hole, and she's tore the bottom, all along the bottom, and about 30 centimeters up, 1 foot up. And then there's some extra stitching to stop it running too far. It would have been great if they'd put another lot of stitching at the bottom to stop it running at all. But so we got that. Where did I go from there? That was my hands. I was talking about V for victory and the British insult that nobody remembers anymore. Traditions. Help me backtrack. Where was I? Tangents from tangents from tangents. Cheers to tangents. How would I be able to waffle on for over 3.5 hours if it wasn't for tangents? Let me go at the bottom of chat and then scroll back. Travel, memories and more. Yeah, I know that's your new name. Are you both there? Adam and Mel. Is it the two of you? Nice to see you again, folks. I hope that life back in the UK is everything that you want. Oh, this fucking chat. You cannot be. I scroll right. I'm at the bottom. I see I, and if I let go now, it jumps way up. Speak out and get put on the naughty list. Things are coming to light in some cases. Was the weather really so hot as the warning? Yes, it was, Jonesy. Yes. 38 degrees feels like 44 is not pleasant. And inside a tent, which is basically a polytunnel, that's a greenhouse. That's a plastic greenhouse. And I have a choice through the day. I can come outside and not be able to see my screens, and so I just have to sit here and maybe I can set some music playing or something while I'm inside, bring things out and just listen to the music with the screen off. So that's one option. Or I can sit inside where it's like an oven and be able to watch videos and answer people's emails or Messenger or WhatsApps. Oh wow. I'm doing that thing they do on films where you drink alcohol and start hiccuping. I think that's new. Is that because I've eaten? I'm not sure why. Oh, it's going great. You're both watching. That's great, folks. That's great. Still using your mouse traps. Your silver sheets. Your silver, like those silver. They're like tarps, but they're like a cross between a tarp, a blanket, and one of those windscreen heat reflector things. They're on the verge. One of them's falling apart already. The other one's on the verge of going. But they've reflected the sun away from me for most of the summer, so I've made use of those. The electric blanket's been of no use during summer, but I'm sure during winter I'll find a use. I'm trying to think what... Oh, the plastic drawers. Fantastic, my friend. Friends. Fantastic. I use those all the time. I got the two small ones I've got at the top. Those are like for utility stuff. Tina's poo bags. The mouse traps that I'm not using at the minute are in there. Just general utility stuff. The others are full of food. Mashed potato, powdered soups, I don't know, pastas and rices, and those have been fantastic. I'm trying to think of everything else that you brought me. Oh, okay. On the negative side, I guess, I loved the solar powered. Would you say they were garden lights or Christmas tree lights? Whatever they were, I loved them. I got two that were broken, and the other one just doesn't last that long anymore. So they're on the verge of being finished. I might be able to. I got one where the solar powered and battery with the battery inside. I've taken it apart, but both wires snapped off. I might be able to salvage that if I can get a piece of metal hot enough and if there's enough solder in place. How windy is a typical day in the field? Asks Thomas. Most days not. Often the wind will be coming from the east, and I've got trees to the north as well. If the wind's coming from the north or the east, totally sheltered. It can be blowing a gale out there, and I can be listening to waves and like a storm, and there's nothing. If it's coming from like northeast, there is a gap through the trees, and sometimes I'll catch a blast. From the west or from the south, if that's where it's coming from, it's going to hit me. But most days not. Couple of days a month we'll get a windy day. Sometimes it's just a few hours one night. Difficult to say how windy it is. I've got a couple of apps that will give me wind speeds. Most just give an average wind speed. I've got one app that gives me the average and then gives me the top gusts. It's literally an app called Windy. Quite useful. Once you find you're expecting a storm from the other apps, then I start using that to see whether you're going to get silly winds. I had a tent once where it said the wind was going to be 50 kilometers an hour. And I kid you not, that must have been the average. There's a video out there of the whole tent. It was a smaller tent than this. My first tent, my first tent. After I'd had if you watch my first video, which I will release, I've taken my first video and I've talked around it. I've added extra coverage, extra commentary, and I'm going to release that in the next few days. Supposed to release it last week. That's a different story. But I'm going to release that, and you'll see the hovel, the blue tarp over 6 sticks, as it was. Oscar, got to go. I didn't even know you were here. Sent me an email. All the best. Okay, mate. Honestly, when did you arrive? Were you lurking, or have I missed something? When did Oscar arrive? Oh, that's an interesting one. So Adam and Mel, we watch a few auditors and we've learned so much about the laws, especially what the police can ask and what they can't. Yeah. They're so often, they'll start talking to you and say, oh, have you got ID on you? Fuck off. Some bloke called Winston says I do not have to provide ID to anybody. There are 2 occasions when you have to provide ID. I think, I could get this part wrong. I think it's once you've been arrested, you have to give ID. Or when you're driving a motor vehicle and they can ask for a driver's license without any cause, just at random, they can just, at any moment, they can ask for a driver's license. of the driver, not other people in the car. You see this so often. They'll pull a car over and start asking for everybody's fucking ID. It's possible that I've got it wrong about the arrest. It might be once it's a proper investigatory detention. So just to recap, the stages of a policeman talking to you, anybody can walk up to anybody and say hello. Hello, how you doing? Where you going? How you been? What's going on? That's just a conversation. That's a voluntary conversation. You can say, fuck off and die. I don't want anything to do with you. Like if I walked up to you and you didn't know me from Adam, like if some creepy perv walked up, hello, little girl, you can just fuck off, dirty old man. Get the fuck. That's a voluntary conversation that anybody can have and anybody can decline. And you can just turn around and walk away from it. They can detain you and say, oi, stop, you can't go. They can only do that under very limited circumstances. They have to have made a mental note of a set of circumstances that lead them to believe a crime may be afoot. They don't have to know what crime. You see a lot of people asking them, what crime do you suspect me of? Wrong question. Unless they start talking about arrest. But if they just say, you can't leave, I'm investigating. Okay, but you can ask, what set of circumstances lead you to believe that a crime may be afoot? Oh, well, you're taking a photograph outside a bank. Fuck off. I'm in public taking a photograph, or I'm just walking past the bank, but this is a high crime area and you're here. Fuck off. No. That's just a hunch. That's just no. Just no. So, what's the word I used before? A pleasant conversation, a civil conversation you can decline. Investigatory detention, they stop to investigate. They have a feeling something's gone wrong and they have to have a certain set of circumstances. They can stop and leave while they investigate. As soon as you alleviate whatever caused them to be suspicious. So if they say, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, what are you doing here now? Oh, I live here, this is my garden. Oh, okay. It's over. Now you can go. Even if they say you can't, you can. Their reason for stopping you was that you were there at 2 o'clock in the morning. Now you've dispelled their reason for suspicion. If they develop what's called probable cause, which is an almost certainty that you have committed a crime based on your responses, and you don't even have to, you don't have to respond. When they're doing an investigatory detention, you can just stay quiet. You know, the right to silencing. You can stay silent and they have to go and investigate. And they'll ask you questions and you just say, I'm not helping you with your investigation. Get the fuck. Where are you coming from? Where are you going? None of your business. You don't get to ask that shit. You want to go investigate something, go and investigate it. And after you've investigated, if you think you've got enough evidence, arrest me. Till then, fuck off. And these are the stages of a police interaction. Consensual conversation was the word I was looking for, couldn't get there. Consensual conversation. Them having enough facts to detain you for an investigatory detention. And only if from that they develop enough stuff that it's not even on the balance of probabilities. It should be something like 80 or 90% sure you have actually committed a crime. That's probable cause and they can arrest you. And then when you get to the police station, there's a bloke called the custody sergeant. And if that arrest was false and they failed to meet any of those tests for reasonable suspicion or probable cause, if that desk sergeant, custody sergeant, keeps you in, he's legally liable personally and you can sue the arse off him. And the force and the officer that arrested you. But the custody sergeant has a separate legal responsibility to make sure that that arrest was legit. And so often they just rubber stamp whatever shit. There was one, I think it was in Lancaster where I lived, they arrested somebody for parking in a bus lane. So they see someone in a bus lane and they pull up and they stop and they have a conversation and they say, oh, driver's light, da da da. And the person says, yeah, okay, no, I've broken down or I've got this or I've got that. And they don't believe them and they decide you're committing and they arrested them for parking in a bus lane. It's not even an arrestable offence. At worst, it's like a 30 quid fine or something. But he wasn't parked, he was still there, his car had broken down or whatever the shit was. How do they do this? I remember where the two fingers were, you remember when the two fingers were an insult. Okay. And you're not even from here. I'm going to scroll forwards from where I was and then I'll try and go back. Oh, look at that. So often, the police all around the world are so poorly trained. British police, when they used to take their sergeant's exam, had to memorise this shit, like the taxi drivers memorising the knowledge, it was called, wasn't it, in London? They had to memorise each and every one of these laws. And that seems to have been dropped. You now see sergeants going along with whatever the plod on the street makes up and acting like stuff's law. It's embarrassing. I literally watched one earlier today. Guy was stood outside a police station and he's near the gates where they're going in and out and he's taking pictures. Well, he's videoing. But he's only videoing actual marked police cars. Well, he was until this copper arriving for work jumped out of his car and ran at him. I kid you not. If the guy had approached me like that, if he pulled up in his car, thrown the door open like Bodie and Doyle and come running at me, the guy with the camera backed off. I tell you what, I fucking wouldn't have. I would have met him that way. Either with a kick to the chest or with a fucking punch on the jaw. The aggression. That's assault. So just to clarify, assault is a state of mind. Assault isn't actually getting hit, that's battery. Assault is a state of mind. You reasonably believe that that man is coming at you with the intent to harm you. The way this guy jumped out of the car and ran at the guy was assault, in my humble opinion. And he would have been justified, and if I'd been there, I would have been justified, I feel, in taking physical action to defend myself from that encroachment on my person. I would have met him either with a boot to the torso or thereabouts, if I could get my foot that high nowadays, or with a punch on the nose or the jaw, wherever it lands. I mean, sometimes you just swing and you don't always know where it's going to land, do you? But I would not have tolerated being approached in that manner by anybody, and especially a guy who hasn't identified himself as a police officer. His plain clothes, he's arriving for work. I think it emerged later that he's a detective sergeant or something. But at no point did he identify himself properly. He went, here's my warrant card, for like half a second. Like quarter of an hour into the, let's call it a confrontation, where the guy with the camera has been surrounded by 6 cops. And all he said was, I wanted like some action shots. Police car comes in or police car goes out, marked car. But we've got unmarked car, my personal vehicle. Mate, he said, I would never photograph that or video that, but if I did, it would be entirely legal. If you're standing in public and can see it, you can photograph it or video it. If they want privacy, then they need to put a big wall. What they tend to do for security, they build what's called palisade fencing, which is strips of metal with gaps in between, with barbed wire across the top. They do that for security so they can see out. You can see in though, and they don't like that. Double standard or what? Rules for thee, not for me. And I'm just embarrassed to hell by the British legal system at the. Did you see this where they're trying to sue? Was it Reddit? It wasn't Reddit. 4chan. 4chan. The British government have written to 4chan, which is an American like bulletin board. It's a message board where people get together and talk shit about each other and what have you. It's not pleasant. But the British government have written to them and said, it's our interpretation that you're breaking British law, therefore we think we're going to fine you. And they're saying, you got no jurisdiction. We're an American company registered in America that open for business in America. If other people want to come here and leave a message, we're open to it. But we're not doing business in Britain. We're not registered in Britain. We don't have a British subsidiary. Go fuck yourselves. They said it in a legal context. What is the British government doing? It was the same when they wrote to Rumble because, what's he called? The comedian that was charged with sex, comedian and actor with 4 million YouTube followers, British, used to shag everything on legs, got accused of rape or 2 or 3. Of the millions of people he shagged, he's got 2 or 3 that said he did something wrong. Dark hair, he's got a bit of a Jesus look about him. Can't remember his fucking name right now. He's got about 4 million followers. What's his name? Has anybody got there before me? Russell Brand, thank you. Yeah, Russell Brand. The British government, like this would be a year or 2 when they first started like trying to prosecute him. I've got no idea where that's at. Has that happened? I think there was some initial hearing 2 or 3 months ago, and I've heard nothing since. So I've no idea what's happening with that. But they wrote to Rumble, they wrote to YouTube to say you should demonetize him. We don't like the fact he's getting money from you. And YouTube went along with it. This was probably just after COVID, maybe, was it? When all of the big IT companies were bowing down to governments. You remember what was called the Twitter files when Elon took over Twitter, and they released the fact that there'd been millions of requests from the government, American government, to suppress any anti-vax talk or anything negative about the COVID restrictions and things. It was all being suppressed massively, and when Elon took over, he released all these files, every request the US government had made. And it turns out that Twitter had a whole department just to liaise with governments about what can be removed, or if not removed, subdued, promoted less, removed from the algorithm, shadow banned, you might say. That was real. And our government joined in doing similar things. We don't like Russell Brand. We don't like what Russell Brand's saying. YouTube, how is this guy monetized and making money? He's now on Rumble, and they went to Rumble and said, same thing. A letter from the Department of Culture, Media, and there's an S in there somewhere that I can't remember what that is. Department of Culture, Media, and don't remember. And Rumble said, fuck off. We're not British. And even if we were, free speech. He hasn't been found guilty of anything. Get him found guilty and we'll think about it. And there was a big brouhaha about that. And now, like I said, we've got the British government chasing after 4chan. I think it's 4chan rather than Reddit. It'll be Reddit any minute now. Then it'll be Kiwi Farms. It'll be all the fuck. The British government passed the what's this kid safety thing called? Won't somebody think of the children? And suddenly people in America can't log into Wikipedia or YouTube without first proving their age or having an algorithm guess that their age is old. Why? Why does one government doing something mean that every website everywhere around the world implements shit for everybody? It's the most bizarre thing ever. I'm against it, if you can tell. It's not that I'm against protecting children. It's that the law is not about protecting children. It's about government control. They want a record of everybody who's jerking off to porn, and what kind of porn, and which porn, and when porn, and how often porn. Is that right? OnlyFans is London-based. I didn't know that. Yeah, there was a Tucker Carlson stuff as well. Yeah. Oh, did Josie leave? I missed Josie leaving. Yeah, buildings that have public access are open to the public unless, well, there's two kinds of open to the public. There's actually a public place, and there's private places that are open to the public. You can be asked to leave those at the discretion of the owners and their agents. Basically means their staff. Even if you've paid a fee to get in, so if you're in like a nightclub, you can be asked to leave. I personally would make the nightclub give you a refund if they kick you out, because I've been to nightclubs where they just take your money and automatically you get in, it's empty. You say this is shit and they kick you out. We had a few of those in Morecambe on Queen Street. You get in, you've paid your £2 or £3 to get in. You get in and there's nobody there because everyone else that paid their £3's been kicked out already. They haven't paid for any bar staff or whatever. The guy that owns it is the bouncer, is the bar staff, and he just wants a quiet night. You go in, you pay your money, you get kicked out. Maybe they'll sell you one drink, then you get kicked out. I personally think that when that happens, if you get kicked out, if you're too much trouble, if you're more trouble than it's worth to them, give you your money back. With a receipt and a statement of why you were kicked out, and some appeal process where you can access the CCTV footage and prosecute them if it wasn't a genuine, if there was no legal reason for it. That would be my, I was going to say I've been kicked out of so many places. I've been given so much grief by so many bouncers in so many places ever. And without doing anything wrong. They just decide they don't like the look of me. There was a time I graduated from university. Well, it wasn't graduation, it was my last exam. And I went out with a bunch of students, and I was 4 or 5 years older than the rest of them. Me and my wife go in. She had been a student with us, but had dropped out halfway through. But we're all out together. And we go in, they stop us. And they see my student union card or library card, whatever it was I was producing. And she didn't have one. Wouldn't let her in. And I said, it's my wife. Like, just, we're out as a group. There's like 10 of us, and you're going to what? Stop one of us going in? I got a little bit miffed. There's the other time I went to step into a nightclub. It's a late opening bar, really. It wasn't so much a nightclub. But I go to step in. There's 3 steps. I put a foot up on the first step. And this guy says, he says to the guy in front of me, you're bad. And he just barred them. And I said, what's that about? He says, now you're bad. I went, you fucking what? I said, I put 1 step on here and I asked what's going on there, and now I'm bad. He says, now you're bad for life. So I stood on the step and I just stayed there. Now what, big man? He says, you're bad. I said, okay, I'm not going to go in. I'll just stand here then, on the step. He said, you can't do that. I says, I think I can. And he got all, and he called his boss, and I said, yeah, I said, he barred me, and then he barred me for life. I said, where are you going to go from there? I said, you jerks, you didn't fucking leave yourself anywhere to fucking go. What are you going to do, beat me up? You escalated so quickly, you left yourself no fucking where to go. I'm going to stand here. I'm not inside your premises. The steps protruded from the building. Yeah, I've got to explain that. If I was under like the doorway, then that would be different. But no, I'm out in the street, but on a step. But I'm on the first step, which sticks out into the street. So it's legally arguable about whether I'm in their property or not. And I knew it was legally arguable. I also knew there's a police car parked like 4 doors down that way. And I was just a dick. I just stood there all night in the way. And this guy got angrier and angrier and shoutier and I said, it's not my fault. You could have barred me just for tonight and then left it at that. Or you could have barred me for a week and then 2 weeks and then a month and then you left yourself nowhere to go. You escalated too quickly. Lifetime ban. I said, and a crowd gathered and I said, what the fuck are you going to do? Ban me for 2 lifetimes? He said, yeah, 2 lifetimes and a week. I said, mate, you got 40 people watching you just make a total fucking dick of yourself. I said, yeah, I'm being a dick. But I'm being a dick with a purpose. I stepped foot onto here. That's all I did. I stepped foot and something happened in front of me and I said, oh, what's that? What's that about? And you barred me. And then you barred me for life. Some people. I don't even remember how I got here. Probably people on power trips. But yeah. Dirty cat. Yeah. I keep reading about Turkish barbers and how high street shops and back street shops that get no customers are putting in hefty tax returns. You know, that they're paying the tax on a on a significant amount of money for shops that have got nobody going in. On the flip side, I hear that they're really good barbers. It's just that when you've got 5 barbers all next to each other, how many barbers do you need in a town? And then you've got the people just snapping up property, developers or foreign investment snapping up whole blocks of property. There's lots of funny stuff going on. Wait. Why? Ein Schweig. 2 peanuts were walking across the road. Is there a joke here? Do I need to carry on? I don't see a follow-up. 2 peanuts walking across the road. That's the limit of my German. Ein, zwei, drei, vier, fünf, sechs, sieben, acht, neun, zehn. 11, 12. Dreisen? No, that doesn't sound right. Oh, it could be. Dreisen. Viersen? Fünfzen. Zenteen, I think it is. And then Zig. Schwanzig. Schweizig, yeah. Josie went, I think I saw that. I think I was late responding to it. Name and number when dealing with police, always. Nowadays, camera. Don't be... Have you seen these videos? Here's another one, folks. This is British police. Knock on your door and I'm here to invite you to a voluntary interview at the station. Oh, okay. No, thank you. Okay, if you continue to refuse, we'll arrest you. What's your fucking definition of voluntary? I've seen them actually go ahead and arrest people on these videos for something that's not something that's not even an arrestable offence. Here's one, folks. for a policeman to arrest you, he or she has to have seen you or have strong evidence, like they have to be there at or around the time. They can arrest you before you commit a crime if they have the strong suspicion that you're about to. That can happen for certain kinds of crime. They can arrest you. You've got a hammer in your hand and you're about to smash a window. You know what I mean? You're like in the act or about to commit. They can arrest you in the act or just before the act, during the act or after, if they saw it. Other than that, they need a warrant. Somebody at the police station tells them go to his house and arrest him. Just no. Just fucking no. Even if you open the door, just no. If you're not the cop that saw the crime or that knows the crime, just no. That's not a thing. You have to be the one. You have to have the probable cause. There has to be the immediacy. If somebody else saw you and you strongly believe it happened, go tell a judge, convince a judge that you've got probable cause, and get a warrant with an affidavit about the facts, which then can be contested after about whether that warrant was legal or not. I turned away people from I turned away cops from the house I was living in one day. It's my dead mum's house. Me and my brother were there. They came to arrest. They had a search warrant for someone who hadn't lived there for 9 months, and I said no. And the warrant was to go in any shared areas. So basically, my room and my brother's room would have been excluded, and the rest of the house would have been up for fucking grabs. And I said no. They didn't even know who we were or why they were there. How much should I say? I've got a bunch of nephews. One of them picked up a girl's handbag in a bar to take to her, to pass to her. Swatting, yeah, it's an American thing, but yeah, where they call the police and say, he's kidnapped, he's got 3 women, he's raping 3 women. And the police turn up and all machine guns blazing and kick the door in, and yeah, I'm aware of swatting. I've watched the Quartering get swatted. Tim Pool many times got swatted. That seems really flaky to me. I understand that if someone's credible, I'm the next door neighbour, here's my ID, here's my phone number, my address, and I've seen this happen, you know, I know this has happened. That's one thing. But someone in Kentucky rings up and says that someone in Maryland what? Do what now? What? Where's the probable cause? How do you take, and especially when it's anonymous? What are you doing? Kicking in someone in Britain? Someone in a uniform would knock on the door and say, excuse me, sir, we've had a bit of a call about this. Would you mind stepping out? It'd be all nice and polite. In America, it's knock the door in, drive a tank through the wooden front wall, because all your houses are built out of fucking plywood as far as I can tell. Kick the door in, drive a tank through the front door, shoot anything that moves, and then find out it was a hoax. Especially these no-knock warrants. What the fuck is that about? Guy hears someone moving around in his garden at 5 in the morning, so grabs his gun, and so you shoot him. Is he not allowed to grab a gun if there's someone in his garden at 5 in the morning? Why didn't you wait for daylight until he'd gone to work? Why didn't you? I don't know, folks. Police, I am... I'm convinced that the police are in just a downward spiral, and it's worldwide, and it seems to be coordinated. I've joked here in the past that it's aliens coordinating things and trying to drive humanity out of existence. If you were aliens and you were wanting to kind of kill humanity within, what, 100 years, 200 years, this is exactly what you would do. The low birth rates, the pollution, the way that men and women don't see eye to eye, so the men just want to jerk it to porn, and women just want to call men all the scum under the earth and go and live with a bear in the woods, apparently. If you were aliens wanting to get rid of the human race, this is kind of the pattern it would take. What gets me is that it's not one country. It's everywhere, and it's happening in waves of the same thing happening in different places. I joke that it's aliens. I just can't rule out the possibility. If you watch The Invaders in the 60s with architect David Vincent, or what was the one with Specimen 19 or whatever it was called? It was like an Invaders continuation in the 90s. Oh, I almost had the name of the guy. The girl was the porn star. Was she the porn star out of Deep Throat? Who was underage at the time. And now I can't remember her name. Redhead. Quite pretty, but not overly. He went on to play a few Vulcans in Star Trek. But it's, I just find it, what do I find it? I don't want to be talking shit too much, but isn't it funny that something happens in one country and the same thing happens in others? The invasion by foreigners, illegal migrants, whatever politically correct fucking word you want to pick, whether they be Mexicans, whether they be Muslims, that open border in America that could have been letting anybody through, not just Mexicans, but anybody who didn't have your national interest at heart. Why is it so difficult in Europe to say, hold on, okay, if you're seeking asylum, first safe country? Maybe then you register in the first safe country, and then if that gets overwhelmed, then some can get shared around, but you're already registered and accepted. And why have we got people arriving in the UK from Afghanistan? It's not next door. They've travelled through, give me a clue what they've travelled through. What's the place to the left? So from Afghanistan, I have a guy on here who's from one of these countries. UML is from the country to the left of India. You've gone through there and through Persia or Arabia or fucking wherever. You've gone across. You might have gone through Egypt and Libya and Tunisia, and then you've crossed and you're into either Spain or France or fucking what. First safe country. End of. It's what Poland and Hungary said. I think Hungary said, register at our embassy in whatever country you hit, and we'll assess you from there and accept you or not. And they have an annual immigration of about 93 people that followed the system and got in and did it right. If you just arrive there, they just ship you back to the country you came from and tell that country to ship you back to the country you came from until you're back in the first safe country. I don't know why this is so difficult. This left-right split, wanting to be nice to refugees. Yeah, I want to be nice to true, real refugees. Are they refugees? Are they fleeing a war? Where's their wives and families? Why is it only the men? Why did they throw their passports and phones and shit away in the channel before they landed? Why have we got 30-year-olds pretending to be 14-year-olds to get into school? All of these questions and many, many more. And I don't want to sound like a racist pig, because I don't think I am. I think I'm a normal bloke asking the normal questions. I'm not even in the UK, but I watch people. That guy that walks through Manchester, Charlie Veitch, he walks through Manchester with a video camera, or with his phone, whatever it is. And he gets challenged by people saying, "No videoing here, pal." And he's like, fuck off. In public, I can video. And they're always balaclava boy and, you know. I don't know what I can say. What's a generic term that I can use that's not going to be... Back in the day, we would have said ragheads, Mahmoods, Mohammeds. Big gangs of them sat in the centre of town, being a nuisance to everybody coming past, challenging anybody who's got a phone, and coming at them while all balaclava, hoodie, big coat, in the middle of summer. What are you doing, lad? Fortunately, this guy now walks around with a bodyguard. He's pretty good at putting people down on his own with a kick to the midriff. But now he walks around with 2 bodyguards. That's costing him money. He wants to just walk through Manchester and video what he sees. He'll video architecture and shops and the police and just whatever he sees. But he's constantly getting grief from balaclava boys. Whatever, there's lots of words, but I don't want to. I'll end up getting myself banned for using an incorrect, a non-PC term. But I'm a normal bloke looking at this stuff. I'm not even in the UK now. Spain's got the same shit going on here. 1 hour south of me here was Torrevieja. I can't remember the right name. A lot of towns in Spain are called Torre, whatever. Torre means tower, and basically they built watchtowers, forts basically. In Britain we built forts and castles. So lots of places are called Castor and Castle, Lancaster. It's like that, except the Torre comes first. Torre and then some other word. Here it was Torrevieja because it was a really old tower. Vieja means old. There, Torre Pachao, can't remember. They had the what's the modern phrase? Cultural enrichment. You have to find fucking code words nowadays to be able to talk about this stuff, because the government are tied in with these big businesses, like I was saying before about the Twitter files during COVID. They literally had separate departments to deal with separate governments to discuss what should be suppressed today, what and who and what topics, what keywords. It was a thing. Not just Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, all of them. I don't know, I struggle to name any of the others. What's the pictures one called? See what I mean? Trained internet professional that I am, I don't have an... Occasionally Karen tries to send me stuff and I struggle to go and just click through and see it because of all of the hurdles you have to jump through to see stuff without registering an account. I don't remember what the picture one's called. One of the words is picture related, but it's not picture. don't fucking know. Scrolling right to the bottom because let's see what you guys are talking. There was a war in, there was a war in Afghanistan once. Not now. Oh, I'm scrolling. The whole Afghanistan war thing, I mean, that was Blair and Bush, wasn't it? In the aftermath, in the 1 or 2 years after 9/11. I don't know why we went there or why we went to Iraq. Saudi Arabia were the fucking cause of it. Maybe people were hiding out in the mountains in Afghanistan. And does Afghanistan border Pakistan? Have I got my geography right? So that whole region, people were hiding out. So maybe there was a reason for limited searches and stuff. Because wasn't Matey Boy? What's he called? The ringleader. He was found hiding in a ditch in Pakistan, in a compound in Pakistan, wasn't he? He wasn't a ditch. The ditch was Saddam, probably in Iraq. But the other one, Osama bin Laden. Almost didn't get there, but I got there. Frank will be back. You'll be back. We might not still be here. How long? 4.5, and I'm gibbering on about politics and terrorism, and it's not really where I want to be. I just can't help it because I don't see why it's so. I don't see why there are so many people in so much support. Why have we got so many flags flying in Britain for Gaza? Is it Gaza or is it Palestine? I'm ignorant of the difference between the two. And yet you put up a British flag or an English flag and you're a danger to drivers suddenly. I'll be honest, I did see one flag flying right at the top of the lamppost, like right under the light. And I could easily imagine the wind blowing in a direction and the flag wrapping around the light bulb. I could, if you're literally like within an inch of the top of the pole, maybe. It would be arguable, but I would acknowledge a possible maybe. But if you're putting it like 3/4 of the way up the pole, not on your Nelly, it's just not a... How is that a hazard to road users or pedestrians? When they say or pedestrians, and you're like, what are you talking? The only person it's a danger to is the guy who shimmies that far up the bloody lamppost. I'm assuming he's not taking a ladder with him. He's climbing the lamppost like a... God, you can't say like a monkey, can you? Not when it's the you probably can say monkey when it's the English flag or British, but not when it's the others. You see, there's one. Okay, let's do that. I'm going to go there. Was it Asda? George by Asda did a t-shirt that just said cheeky monkey. Right? Who hasn't called a kid a cheeky monkey? Now, in the catalogue or the advertising, because they want to be diverse, they show a white, there's a black dad and a white mum and coffee-coloured kids, or 2 coffee-coloured kids and 1 Chinese one. I don't know how that family works, but we've all seen it multiple times. Every insurance advert, fucking... I've got no idea how that mum and that dad made those kids. And it's every fucking advert everywhere all the time. It's every family that moves into EastEnders. It's every... We've all seen it. We all know it's ridiculous. We're all sick to the fucking back teeth of it. Anyway, this particular set of adverts in the magazine happened to give the cheeky monkey, because we're so diverse, they gave the cheeky monkey t-shirt or pajamas. It could have been a pajama top. It was a top anyway, and it said cheeky monkey. And it ended up on a brown person. And there was uproar. Why? How diverse, how multicultural. What a lovely family. Doesn't mean we're calling brown kids monkeys. They're kids and they're cheeky, and it's a cheeky monkey. If you'd put it on the white kid, no one would have noticed, no one would have bothered. What if all three kids had cheeky monkey? The Chinese one, the white one, and the... I say Chinese, I don't... You know what I mean? The brown or black one, and the... You know, the Orient... Are we still allowed to say Oriental, or is that... I have no idea. Let's not even get into westernized Oriental gentlemen. Let's not even go there. I just did. Don't let your speech be policed. I will lose my YouTube channel at some stage for saying the wrong thing. Am I racist? No. How can I prove I'm not racist? By saying I have black friends, or I have had black friends. That sounds racist. I have had Asian friends. I was at school with, not so much school. Oh, well, there was the one girl. She went away to Spain and she came back brown and never changed. We never noticed until she came back from Spain with a suntan. Honestly. Colorblind. Had no idea until she went away to Spain and came back slightly browner, and it never properly faded. Oblivious, age 5, 6, 7, 8. Didn't see it. But then she went on holiday to Spain. This is back in like 1973 or 4, when nobody in Barnsley was going to fucking Spain. But she did. And she came back browner. Keyword, browner. And it never quite, and it's only after it never faded that we realised. That's how non-racist I am. I was colourblind until I was 8 or 9. I'm getting a sore throat a little bit, folks. I'm not sure how much longer I can keep rabbiting on. It's been 4.5 hours. That's not bad. And the timer kept going even though we've had a couple of disconnects. Normally it disconnects and starts again from 0. Cheers to you guys that are here still. If you haven't hit the thumbs up button already, I'd appreciate it. I'll give it a minute, or 30 seconds at least, and I will say cheers again to those that have hit the thumbs up. Have I finished? I think I've more or less. They'll need a good washing out tomorrow before I have my coffee. I don't normally use them for soup. I would normally have it from the pan, but I didn't want to sit here eating. If I could pseudo drink. I know the last one, the soup, the pasta soup thing was a bit more just pouring it down my gullet, but the earlier stuff, the chicken soup, was just a drink. Okay, folks, to those of you that did hit the thumbs up, I'm not sure if we gained any extra there, but to those of you that have, cheers. And of course, to the subscribers, And to anyone that's still here after, does that say 4:34? About to be 4:35. In about 20 seconds. Let me see how far back I am. There was Frank leaving saying he'll be back. A couple of times I was in Afghanistan, which was, yeah, the Russian one in 79 or 80, was it? There or thereabouts. The Brits, everybody's tried to invade Afghanistan and everybody's failed in the end. They're a hardy people. Rambo, was it 2 or 3? He had the Mujahideen as his friends, didn't he? He played that game where they had was it an animal's head in a bag or something that was being rolled around, and you basically played kind of polo or like a horseback basketball or soccer, trying to get the head through the, it might have been a bladder, I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah, some animal part, and they were on horseback trying to get it. So yeah, that didn't age well. Either way, they had a little to do with the towers going down. This is true. That's kind of where I was going with, yeah. There was a strong element of, they call them hawks, don't they? There's hawks and doves. The doves are the peaceful, I guess mainly Democrats, and the hawks are more oriented. It don't really sound like a Republican thing, but maybe. Yeah, American politics is not my specialist subject, but I've only recently learned the difference between the two parties, really. When I was a kid, we used to say that America only had 2 right-wing parties. Didn't really have a left-wing party. You chose your flavour of right-wing. Obviously one's further left than the other, but not left like most of the rest of the world. Not left like Europe would have known left. And somehow they've lurched quite that way. Again, I don't want to go off on one on party politics, especially in countries that aren't my country or a country I'm living in, that I have less knowledge of. But my interpretation of fact is that it seems that there was a plan. I can't remember the, not Rumsfeld. Rumsfeld was, well, yeah, okay. He was there or thereabouts. The known knowns and the known unknowns and the unknown knowns and the unknown unknown, all of that. That was Rumsfeld. But it did seem back then that there was a bunch of people that just wanted to have a couple of wars in a couple of countries and had already got it all planned out how they wanted to do it. That's how it seemed. I went with Rumsfeld, but I was thinking of the guy before him, the guy that was with one of Reagan's guys. They did that film of him, and he's a real warmonger and arms dealerist. I'm not going to get there, am I? I'm not going to get it. Here's a clue. The guy out of Fifth Element, Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman played the guy I'm talking about, the warmongering. Was he Dick Cheney, maybe? Did I just get there myself? I think I did. I think I just got there. I don't know how I did that. I think I'm thinking of Dick Cheney. They'd got all these plans built up over years. These, are they called neocons? They were the warmongery. They'd already got these plans drawn up way in advance. So Reagan and then Bush Senior and the first Gulf War, And that kind of sort of led to the Iraq invasion, which didn't have. Does anybody see any justification for the second Iraq war? I don't know how they got there. I don't know what the logic was. I got no. Was that Blair in Britain? I think it was, because Blair came in 97 or thereabouts and had about 12 or 13 years, didn't he? Or at least the Labour Party did. So it would have been Blair. Yeah, I don't know how they justified anything they tried to do. I don't know how Saddam Hussein fitted into any of it. Except for the fact they were angry with him because they'd failed to finish him off the first time back in 1990, Gulf War One, possibly 91, but I think 1990. And Bush Senior chickened out, didn't it? They had him. There was that road with a line with a column of retreating tanks and armored vehicles, and they had the A-10 tank busters. Those planes could. I don't think they could quite hover, but they could fly really slowly. So they could fly over a column and take out a load, circle around and come back, and I don't think they could quite hover. They weren't like Harriers that could literally hover, but they could go real slow, and so take out. And Bush Senior stopped them halfway through it. And I think they regretted that afterwards. And the thought lingered that they wanted to go and finish the job. And I think that when 9/11 happened, that was the thought process. I don't think there was any real tie to the, what do they call them? The Quds? Al-Qaeda is one branch, and the of an umbrella organization. I don't know if you say organization, or I think they're called Quds. I might be offending somebody somewhere there. Like, I don't think I'm being racist. I think I'm remembering a word. They're one branch. They're one section of a group of. If I say tribes, is that offensive? Do you see how you got to tippy toe around this shit? But this is just my recollection of it all, and I don't understand why either of the two countries were selected for invasion. Which was why you had 1 million people protest march, Not My War, in London in, I'm going to say it was 2003. September 2001, obviously, was the kickoff event. But then everyone gathered their troops and pulled things together and waited and bided their time, and military intelligence. Contradiction in terms. But all that happened. And people drew up their plans, as the Martians were said to have done back somewhere around 1900. Or 1880, whenever it was, with War of the Worlds. Slowly and surely, they drew their plans. I got no solid clue as to why we invaded Iraq. Afghanistan, I can make a tentative argument that people were hiding out in the mountains between Afghanistan and Pakistan. But I don't know. It's jumping on me again, look. Greatest wealth is about to be bestowed upon the younger generations, and it's happening. I could argue contrary. Especially with the youngest generation struggling to be able to afford houses, and it's the first time in almost 100 years that a generation is going to be worse off than the previous generation. And they're not reproducing, like I mentioned a while back in probably less than scientific terms, but women and men have got a big divide between them. They're looking for different things. Women are leaving it later and later to think about childbirth. Men are to a large extent saying, fuck that shit, I can't be bothered with women. They've got all the porn they need. Taking care of themselves in that way. And soon we'll have AI girlfriends and robot girlfriends. I don't know. I see population rates plummeting all over the world. Then you've got the plastics in the testes, the microplastics and everything. You've had falling testosterone levels pretty much worldwide. Certainly the Western world, westernized world, I'll include like Australia and Japan and New Zealand and whatever. So the westernized world, falling populations ever since, like I said, roughly speaking, the world wars. Maybe having world wars boosts testosterone. All of that near-death experience and bad news, and so maybe in part we're looking at a normalization after what was a higher level than normal. I don't know, I've not looked into it. Just a hypothesis I've come up with on the fly. But I could imagine that. I would imagine that facing death, running at someone with a machine gun and then you survive, I would imagine there'd be quite a boost and an invigoration in the body, shall we say. I don't know how long it would last. It's just a hypothesis that I just came up with on the fly. I don't know. I'm going to pour one more, folks. I might not go on too much longer. We're on 4:47. I'm finding myself talking about things that really this channel isn't really about, and I'm wandering into territory I shouldn't and using words perhaps that are, would you say unadvisable? Inadvisable on YouTube. Bearing in mind that YouTube directly isn't my that's not how I survive. But donations from people on YouTube is. So if my channel was closed down, and I had to start again from scratch elsewhere, that would be a survival issue, quite frankly. So I should be a little bit more censorious about myself, self-censoring. Cheers. Red wine and cola again, folks. There's only a drop left in the bottle. I'll probably finish that shortly after we get off here, if I do finish at 5. I'm in your hands. I was just tracking back through chat because I've obviously missed quite a bit. There was Frank asking about swatting, yeah. Because of it jumping, folks, I do apologise. I will try and watch this one back because I'm fairly confident I've probably, yeah, look, it just jumped way off on me again. Which way did it go? When it jumps, I can't even tell. Do you, Keith Mark, I didn't see you there, mate. What time did you ask that? It says something, it ends with a 9. No, it doesn't, it ends with a 13. Does that say, or 03? I think it says 2:13. It's 2:25, so that would be 12 minutes ago. Do you sleep outside, Mike? No, not typically. No. I did when I first arrived in the field, and that was in winter. I slept outside looking up at the sky and the stars. It's quite cloudy tonight. Probably why it stayed so warm. I can't remember, what did we say the temperature was? Whatever the temperature is, it feels 5 degrees warmer because of the humidity. Okay, 28 feels like 32. So that feels like that humidity thing is dropping a little bit, but 28 feels like 32, and tomorrow, I say tomorrow, actually today, because Tuesday, is going to be 32 all day. 32 is going to be the warmest, which is 6 degrees. Today was 38. The last few days have been 38. 38 feels like 42. I haven't slept outside in ages. No real reason except I don't have a bed out here. I don't really have the facilities. I have a mattress out on the floor out here. I've got like a sunbed reclinery thing, but it's bust. The fabric's torn. And I've got Tina, and inside I've got like my I'll call it a piss pot, if you'll pardon the expression. I've cut the top off a cola bottle. At the top, it goes up, and then I cut the top off at the widest part of the top, and that sits in a slightly wider tin can for stability. That's inside the tent. My EcoFlow's inside the tent to keep devices powered. The lights and the tennis racket of death for flies. I still keep wanting to call it a fly squatter, and I don't know why. That's got to be. Freud would have a field day because I'm squatting in a field, and because I squat under the trees sometimes. Squat and drop. It's a swatter. It's an electric fly swatter. But for some reason, I keep saying squatter. Mr. Freud, doctor. Is he doctor or professor? Young Sigmund would have had a field day. No, I haven't slept outside in a couple of years now. But I did. In torrential rain. In winter, in the cold. Just me and my dog cuddling in bed. And we had a tarpaulin wrapped around the bed, and we had enough headroom that if it started to rain, we could pull it up and over the heads, and it would, for 5 minutes or so, it would be like being in a small, really confined tent. But then your breath from the two of us, me and the dog, starts to condense on the underside of the tarpaulin. Then you start to get wet, not from the rain per se, although the tarpaulin did have lots of little holes and the occasional one that you could put your finger through. If you remember the video where I almost burst into tears about it breaking, I'd had it 2.5 years, I think, and it finally broke. I got emotional about a tarpaulin. What a fucking Jesse. No, that doesn't mean I'm homophobic. Shut the fuck up. There'll be somebody somewhere. You can't say anything nowadays. Manly men would call non-manly men a Jessie or a big girl's blouse. Now you're not allowed to say these things, apparently. I do. You wouldn't say it to someone who was actually like a flouncy camp homosexual. I would never do that. But I'd say it to another manly man who did something that was a little bit, you know. If I saw him do something and his wrist went like that, for whatever reason, try to swat a fly or something, I'll take the piss out of him. It's context, isn't it, folks? It's context. Just saying a word isn't a bad thing. It's context, it's intent. Do you intend to cause harm to that group, or are you just throwing around a bit of banter amongst friends? I watched a show earlier. Now it was Asmongold watching three people, I think. They were making the most racist comments about each other. But one of them was Chinese, one of them was some other flavour of Southeast Asian, and one of them was white American or Canadian or you know, basically of white European heritage. Three lads, you know, joshing each other, giving each other a bit of shit. And no harm, no foul. They're friends. Nobody meant anything by any of it. But they pulled out all the stereotypes and all the, you know, all the words. Why not? Context, intent. You're not committing a crime if you don't have the mens rea. You have to have the intent to be doing the wrong. In my humble opinion, and sometimes it's not so humble an opinion, I can be an opinionated, what would the right word be? Prig? Is that a word? That's a word. I'll have to look it up afterwards and make sure I've used it in the right context. Probably just offended some other racial group. I think a prig is like a bull-headed, stubborn, you might say fool? I don't know. I can call myself that, if that's what it means. That's my best guess. You see, sometimes you pull words out of, you know, you think you've got the context. I give the example frequently of, what's he called? The son that went away. The prodigal son. So many people think that prodigal means like long lost. The son that went away and was beloved and came back and we slaughtered the fatted calf and had a feast. He went away for some reason and he fell out with his parents, and his brother was the hard-working one who looked after the farm, and this guy didn't have that interest and went off. And he came back and we celebrate, and he's the prodigal. Prodigal must mean long lost, loved after, we're glad he's back. No. You see, so you build that as a 5-year-old when you're told this story in school. That's the meaning that you pull from the story. The long lost son who comes back to the family, the prodigal son. No. So two sons. One works hard on the farm and works hard, does well, makes money. They take stuff to market, and the other one had these wild ideas and, you know, went off to buy the magic beans kind of thing, and it never worked. And everything he tried, he was looking for the shortcuts. He was spending money, and it wasn't working, and he wasn't really contributing to the family business. In the end, had no interest in farming. Basically, prodigal means bad with money. So many people don't know that because you're never told that. You're given the story, and from the context, he went away. He was longed for. He was missed. He eventually turned around and came back and said, "Sorry, Dad." And they slaughtered the fatted calf, and they had the... I'm not a big one for Bible stories, by the way. I'm not religious. It is just a case of kind of know your enemy. I don't mean enemy, but you got to know your source material to debate these things sometimes. But it's always interested me. I hear people They see a friend for the first time in a year or two. You know, you're down the pub and a guy who moved away has come back to visit family. Oh, the prodigal son return. No, he's not the long lost guy that you're happy to see. He's the guy that was bad with money and that was no good at the business. I don't know. How many of you've probably, those of you that are here now have probably heard me say this before, but it does just fascinate me that I learnt so many words from context as a kid that I then later found out, in my 20s and 30s that I'd been using wrong all my life. I'll be damned if I can think of any examples. Oh, I can. Hold on. Ostensibly. I used that word wrong forever until about 10 years ago. I used ostensibly to mean almost, ostensibly complete. If a job is ostensibly complete, then you're on page 99 of 100. No, not at all. Ostensibly means on the face of it. So you might have a book and you've written page 1 and didn't Trump do this in his first? He did. He did this in his first term. He produced this big book of new laws or of new not laws, like the proposals. It's raining. It's literally raining. Oh fuck. I might have to turn that off. Water and electricity might not get on too well. Trump produced this big book and page 1 had printing on and all the other pages were empty. That's ostensibly complete. It looks like it could be. So I used ostensibly to mean 99% done, or 95 or 90, depending on the circumstances. Almost complete. Doesn't mean that at all. It just means on the face of it. At a minimal inspection, it looks like you're doing something. I was 40 fucking 5 years old when I realised I'd got that word wrong, because from the context I'd heard it all those years, it's ostensibly complete. It's more or less there. We're more or less done. Doesn't mean that. I mean, it can. That could be part of it. It looks like it's done. On the face of it, it looks like it's done, or it looks like it's almost done. But it could be someone just pulling the wool over your eyes, and they've done page 1 of 100 pages. So many words in life we learn through osmosis because of context. But you can draw the absolute wrong context, the wrong conclusion from the context. Like the earlier mentioned prodigal. I don't know. I like words. I like playing with words. I like finding out about words. Sorry for the conspiracy theorizing, but that's how I see it. I'm with you on a lot of it, Tom. I can't get used to the new name, mate. Pinterest imager. Instagram is the one I was thinking of. Yeah, the others I wouldn't. I know. It's like with code. There was one called Code Bucket and another one. I can't think. You have these sites where people just dump images and vote on images, but yet Pinterest was the one that I was specifically thinking of. But yeah, you got there. Thank you. Norway occupied Kandahar for 20. I jumped. Where am I? Al Qaeda had its origins in the Mujahideen struggle. Yeah, this is why Rambo. Like I said, I don't remember whether it was 2 or 3. Didn't age very well when he's on their side, and at the, a couple of years later they're against them. Al Qaeda, yeah, that was one branch of the Quds or Al Quds. I'm not sure what the CIA, yeah, funded by the, it was the CIA that meddled in the first place and that created these organisations. There was Keith asking if I sleep outside. Frank was saying he'll be back. Okay, the different wars in Afghanistan was there, yeah. Had a little to do with the towers coming down. Like I said, the towers came down because Saudi Arabia, and maybe not the Saudi Arabian government, but fairly senior families within the Saudi, what's the word? Hierarchy is not the right word. Like levels of royalty. What's the word I'm looking for? Aristocracy, maybe. Yeah, I'll go with that. I don't think aristocracy is the word I was after, but I'll go with it. That works. Okay, I think it jumped again. It jumped down back to where I'd already read. And again. What do I have to do? In fairness, there was a war in Afghanistan, and our countries were the occupying forces. That said, it's not about asylum, no. We had the thing, didn't we, where the British government leaked a list of people that had helped, people that had been translators and things. That sounds like a bad cover story. You're in government dealing with data about something as sensitive as the people the Afghans? I pause here. Afghans or Afghanis? Because of the Pakistanis. In England, we had a 4-letter word from the beginning of Pakistanis that was that was the equivalent of the N-word, but for that group. But they themselves call themselves Paks without the I. So you've got to be a little bit careful. So if I say Afghans versus Afghanis, is one of those terms racist? I pause on that one often when I'm talking because of my ignorance and partly because of my ignorance and partly because of my knowledge about the Paks. You can't say the 4-letter version with the I. Pak versus E. You can't do that. Now, Americans are oblivious to this term. I've seen Americans say it and not even know it's a thing. Might just be a British thing. I don't know. In the 60s and 70s, you wanted a curse word to call a specific group of people. So you took an abbreviation of their name. I mean, that seems. I mean, the Chinese were chinks for many years. You're not allowed to say that now. Here, in Spain, saying, is it chin? If you call them chins, the Chinese, you can say chino. So chino bazaar is like a generic term for these Chinese bazaars that are everywhere, these Chinese shops, bricks and mortar Temu. A lot of people call them, I don't think I'm being racist by saying chino bazaar, but the Spanish sometimes just call them chins or chin. I think that's considered racist here. And now I've just said it about 3 times. Context, folks. Context and intent. I'm just trying to discuss how words work and how you can fall down a trap and how you can... You want a word to identify a group. Sometimes you want a negative word to cluster them together and call them all the under the sun. I don't know. You certainly Birmingham's been in the news because of the flags on lampposts. When England play Pakistan at Edgbaston, is that Birmingham? There's a cricket ground near, in, on, or around Birmingham. I think Edgbaston. When England play Pakistan, there are as many Pakistani supporters as there are English. And they haven't travelled 8,000 miles or 10,000 miles to get here. Well, not this year anyway. Cultural heritage, this goes back to Norman Tebbit and his cricket test. You would expect that after 3 generations, maybe they'd have split loyalties. Maybe some of them would be supporting England. Maybe some of them would be like neutral. Let's just have a good game and see how it goes. No. If I moved to Spain, I've said this example before. If I moved to Spain and had kids here, and then my kids had kids, or my grandkids, would I automatically expect my grandkids to be supporting England when England play Spain? As a family, we'd probably just want a good match and let's see how it goes. But I'd be acknowledging that my kids were Spanish. Certainly my grandkids would be Spanish. My kids would probably have some loyalty to Britain stroke England. Because that's where their dad's from. But by the time you get down to grandkids and great-grandkids, that waters down, surely. Grandkids might not even know any English. Because their parents would probably bring them up speaking Spanish. Their friends at school are all Spanish. All their interactions in the world would be Spanish. I thought the Norman Tebbit cricket test was wrong. To expect, oh, you've moved to another country, now you're just going to switch loyalties entirely. I'm in Spain. If England play football against Spain, I want a good match. When Spain play other countries, I want to see Spain do well. But when England play Spain, I want a good match, but at the end of the day, I want England to win. So the person, that first generation, that immigrant that moves, I don't expect them to just abandon their home territory, their roots. Kids, 50%, grandkids should be like 75% switched to the other side, and anything beyond that you would just expect that they would be the nation that they're in. I would expect. I resort to mathematical gradations because I like numbers. But I thought Tebbit was a little off on that one. I thought it was a little harsh with his cricket test. I don't think he was a bad man or a bad politician, unlike his boss, Maggie. I'm wandering, folks, I'm wandering around. I was going to end on 5 hours, and here we are on 5:13, 5:14 nearly. What am I doing? Am I ending at 5:15? I could end in a minute, or we could go at the other, another quarter of an hour and end on 5.5 hours. I don't want to jibber jabber too much and wander around on topics that seems to have been a lot political the last couple of hours. I guess the world is. Everything's politics to some degree. I prefer to talk about science and technology. I just haven't got much. I just don't have much to go at on that at the minute. I should have made an effort through the week. I just wasn't in the right the right headspace, the right mindset to kind of document There's lots of stories I've read, videos I've seen. They're just not top of mind. They're not front and center now that I'm sat here. I said about Lewis Rossman. I said about the MRSA and gonorrhea. Antibacterials. What are they called? Antibiotics. That's the word I was looking for. But those are the only things that have stuck in my mind, I think, this week, science and tech-wise. So I don't know. I've left it too late to finish on 5:15. We'll go another quarter of an hour if you're with me. If anybody's going to talk to me, tell me to shut the fuck up and stop. Can't serve two masters. Yeah, you can love two countries. If you're from country A and you move to country B, so Tom from Norway, if you moved to Sweden, do you suddenly support Sweden in the ice hockey? Or floorball or whiff waff or whatever one of those games we haven't got any of these games in Britain. But do you suddenly switch allegiance to the country you're in? Probably not. You might want that country to do well when they're playing anybody else, but when they're playing your home nation, you're gonna be home nation centric. But if you live in that country long enough and have kids that are basically Swedish, there's a more than 50% chance that they're going to grow up going rah rah Sweden. Now, when Norway plays somebody else, because their dad's Norwegian, they might be, yay, go Norway, except for when they play Sweden. And it's that who's your closest affinity with. You can have a primary and then a secondary, a backup team. Yeah, I'm Swedish, but my dad's Norwegian, so I want to follow Norway. But when it comes to the crunch, they'll probably be Sweden orientated. And certainly grandkids are going to be. And in England, we've got a, God, if I said tribe, that would be wrong again. But we've got a community that 3 or 4 generations in are still fully on board with where granddad or great granddad came from, even against England. Some of them positively hate England and Britain and British values, and will openly express that opinion in the street and in the way they look at people and talk to people or talk about people. And that's 3 and 4 generations in. That's a very tight community, which you kind of got to admire to some extent. But if you hate your host nation, if I was sat here now hating Spain and hating the Spanish, then they'll get the fuck out. You know, I couldn't sit here saying out loud how much I hate them. That would be crazy. And yet they have no problem doing that. And setting up their own alternate court system, their own alternate education system. And we've let them. So they've got a court system that our courts don't recognize. So if you do a crime, you're going to be pulled up by our courts. If their court system agrees it's a crime, they're also going to get done by the Sharia courts or whatever they're called. We shouldn't just. Why are we allowing that to even be a thing? That's a kangaroo court. That's an extrajudicial proceeding. Whoa, what was that? Some insect just fell out of the sky and landed on the table somewhere. I don't know why. I don't know where or why. It's entertaining. Okay, folks. 5:20. I'll give it. I will do as I said. I'll try and waffle on. I'll try and waffle on for another, just to end. I just always like to end on a round number. We'll try and end on 5.5 hours. So few people here now, we could have done this on a Zoom call, or we couldn't do it on Skype because Skype's gone, hasn't it? Rest in peace, Skype. How Microsoft managed to fuck that up, I've no idea. They spent billions to buy the world's leading instant messenger chat, video, and phone call. It could make proper real phone calls out to a landline number internationally for the cost of a local call at the destination. How Microsoft managed to pay billions for something and turn it into a worthless nothingness that needed shutting down will forever be a mystery to me. If I was Bill Gates, I know he's not chief executive or whatever anymore, but he's still their biggest single investor, I think. There's probably bigger institutional investors maybe, but he's the biggest single person investor. I don't want to know where the money went. I want to know what happened. Why did we spend, I think it was 2 or 3 billion to buy the world's leading chat, video call and phone call app, and kind of 10 years later just close it down because it's worthless and too much hassle? What? Oh, it's only 2 billion. Or 3, or whatever the number was. I don't know, folks. I don't know how they do this stuff. I don't know how they decide this stuff. I don't know why big companies buy successful products only to close them down a few years later. Bizarre. Anyway, like I said, there's so few of you here. I could have done this. We could have been doing this now as a Zoom call. Snuff out the competition. Well, you can see that, like when Facebook bought WhatsApp and I think, was Messenger a different company to begin with? I don't think Messenger was Facebook to begin with. So you could see them, and there was another one of these image Snap maybe. You can see sometimes, you see a competing platform and you buy them, you merge them, you tell the founders they've got a job for life, but then after 3 or 4 years you squeeze them out. You make it so uncomfortable they voluntarily leave. What the fuck's this? I got movement in the field right next to me, or fairly next to me. Definite footsteps. I'm hoping cat, but what do you see? I'm gonna disconnect the power cable, see whether I can stand up without those footsteps. Positive fucking footsteps. There, you see the eyes? Have you got the eyes? There was eyes glowing in the field. They're gone. There, you see the eyes? What is it? Is it a cat? Hey, puss puss. Tina, shush. Do you see that? Tina, It's okay, babe. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all okay. Let's see whether I can approach it. Hey! Tina! Calm down. Hey! Come on. Where are you? You were over there. Have you moved? You've moved. Are you walking away from me? Hey! I'm assuming... Oh, there you are. Over there. Yeah. What do you think, guys? Cat? I think it's a cat. Hey, puss puss. Hey. It's bigger than a rat here. It's not a rat or a mouse. Why is that? One eye's orange. Reconnecting. You're alive. Ah. There's a cat. I think a cat over here. Tina. Shush. Hey. Frightened it away maybe. Can you hear her? This is why I can't get the cats to come and keep the mice and rats away. Tina girl, shut the fuck up. Shush shush. Shush shush, babe. Hey, you're okay. Could you not get past the chair? Tina's okay. Let's take you to my girl. Where are we? 5:26. It's okay, babe. Hey, you're okay. I just heard the footsteps and was a little worried in case it was a person. Let's turn this. Here's Tina, look. Hey, baby. Hey, baby girl. I know you wanted to protect your daddy. You just can't anymore, sweetheart. You just can't. Your legs just don't work, sweetie. But it's okay. I'm okay. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all okay. We're going to go to bed in a minute or two. Look at all the dust on your nice collar. Uncle Anthony made that for you. Look, can you see that, folks? No, you probably can't in this light. It's got Tina embossed on the leather. Our friend Anthony does leather work. And he brought Tina a collar, didn't he? And the lead. As long as I'm only hearing the one set of footsteps, I'm not seeing any extra eyes shining at me anymore. I just literally, let me put the camera back on the purported star of the show. Do you think I'm picking up a tan? I've tried to avoid the sun, and yet I think I'm there, yeah. Okay, folks, what do we got? We got another 3 minutes. We're going to finish snuff out the competition. Yeah, that's true. I thought Terence left. Yob, who's a yob? Where are we going with yob? I need context. Something I said? Something I did? You calling me names directly? It was just funny to hear actual footsteps. The eyes. It was weird that one was orange and one was yellow, or the glow. The hands are still. I thought I'd... You know when you rub your hands and bits come off, you form... I don't know. I don't even know what time we're on, folks. Did I start at 9:30? Then 2:30 to midnight. It'll be 3 o'clock, yeah? Okay. And we've lost... Okay. We've lost 3 or 4 minutes because of the... Oh, was I might have been 5 minutes late starting, was I? I could well have been. Yeah, because I was trying to get my soup and my drinks and yeah, my food and drinks ready. And my dog fed and watered and... Whoa. What was that? That's another one. Some insect just fell out of the sky at me. What the fuck is this? Is that you? It is you. Is that you? What are you? Oh, you're stuck to my finger. You're like a snail or something. What are you? You're not going to be able to see it, I don't think. There's, oh you are, look at that. What is it? Is it a big green fly? A little cricket? What the fuck is that? Hope it's not deadly. Whoa! He flew away, but he flew into something. There was a thud. What the? That was either a big green fly or an aphid. Huge, whatever it was. That's a new one on me. And I missed ending at 5:30. I don't know, guys. Is anybody going to talk? If you talk to me, I might keep going for another half an hour, but I doubt it. No, I think we're done, folks. I think we're done. I've chunted on. I don't know what I've talked about or why. A baby yob it was. I don't know yob. I only know yob as like a thug from the, what, 80s? That's a big word. Okay, guys, I think we're going to draw a line under it here. Are we, Tina? Are we done? I'll take you for a walk and then I've got some tidying up to do to take everything back inside. But, okay guys, this is it. In the tradition of the channel. Thank you all for joining me today. I should have said that. Let me turn back. I will just say thank you properly. And I will say cheers to those of you that are here with me at the end. And especially if you did hit that that thumbs up button. Cheers. And in the tradition of the channel. And what are we if we don't have our traditions, folks? You've got to have your traditions. It's how we keep a community together. And we are a community. In the tradition of the channel. Hey, Tina. Say goodbye to the peoples. From Tina. And her tickle chin. Yeah, from Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out.